Ladies and gentlemen, the symposium will begin in about a minute, so you may please be seated wherever you may like, and for those of you who are still outside of the ballroom, you may begin to enter the ballroom now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this symposium will begin shortly, so you may sit. Now, thank you. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, simposium akan segera dimulai. Silahkan duduk di tempat yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang masih berada di luar, boleh memasuki ruangan. Terima kasih. Terima kasih kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang sudah hadir. Diperkenankan untuk duduk di tempat yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih. Kegiatan simposium pada hari ini akan segera dimulai. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang sudah hadir di dalam ruangan, silahkan duduk di tempat yang telah disediakan. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to ensure everyone's safety and peace of mind, let's take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the event evacuation routes, just in case an emergency.
For everyone's safety, we will now watch a short video outlining the evacuation procedures. Please pay close attention to the screen. Thank you.
Selamat datang di Pullman dan Ibis Styles Bandung Grand Central, destinasi Anda untuk bisnis dan liburan di Bandung. Ini adalah video penjelasan mengenai prosedur keamanan dan keselamatan saat terjadi keadaan darurat dan bencana alam. Mohon luangkan waktu Anda untuk menonton video ini hingga selesai untuk mendapatkan informasi secara lengkap, sehingga prosedur keamanan dan keselamatan ini sepenuhnya Anda pahami. Prosedur dan tindakan pencegahan kami sangat penting untuk keselamatan Anda dalam keadaan darurat dan bencana. Mari kita mulai. Anda wajib mengetahui semua fitur keamanan kami. Rambu-rambu menuju ke pintu keluar darurat dapat ditemukan di sudut-sudut yang telah ditentukan pada setiap blok bangunan gedung kami. Mohon mencari rambu pintu keluar darurat seperti ini. Pintu keluar darurat tersebut akan membawa Anda ke jalur evakuasi darurat yang akan membawa Anda ke area titik berkumpul. Dalam situasi darurat, ada 6 titik berkumpul darurat yang utama yang akan mengarahkan Anda ke Final Assembly Point yang berada di lapangan gazebo. Tanda titik berkumpul darurat pertama berada di depan pintu keluar lobi Pullman Bandung Grand Central. Titik berkumpul darurat kedua berada di depan pintu keluar Pullman Bandung International Convention Center. Titik berkumpul darurat ketiga area berada di depan pintu keluar Gastro Market di lantai dasar. Titik berkumpul darurat keempat berada di depan pintu masuk kawasan Grand Central di Jalan Diponegoro. Titik berkumpul darurat kelima berada di depan loading dock area Jalan Diponegoro. Titik berkumpul darurat keenam berada di depan pintu masuk di Jalan Surapati. Dari titik kumpul ini, kami akan mengarahkan Anda menuju titik kumpul terakhir yang berada di lapangan gazebo. Fasilitas dan peralatan keselamatan dan keamanan untuk kondisi darurat yang kami punya berstandar internasional dan dapat ditemukan di setiap blok bangunan gedung, termasuk pemindai asap dan panas, serta sprinkler air untuk memadamkan api, hidran dan selang pemadam api, alat pemadam kebakaran, kotak pertolongan pertama darurat, dan beberapa pintu keluar gedung darurat, selain dari pintu keluar utama. Pullman dan Ibis Styles Bandung Grand Central telah menyiapkan fitur dan prosedur standar keamanan untuk tamu dalam kondisi yang darurat agar tamu tetap aman. Prosedur keamanan dalam keadaan darurat yang telah ditentukan adalah sebagai berikut. Alarm pemberitahuan akan aktif dalam 4 bahasa untuk keadaan darurat, yaitu bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, bahasa Cina, dan bahasa Jepang. Tim tanggap darurat akan membantu semua tamu untuk evakuasi ke area yang aman. Pihak keamanan akan membantu tamu ke titik berkumpul darurat terdekat. Penyelia housekeeping akan berjaga di setiap koridor gedung dan jalur pejalan kaki untuk membantu tamu menunjukkan jalur evakuasi ke titik berkumpul darurat terdekat. Manajer restoran akan berjaga di depan restoran masing-masing untuk membantu tamu mencapai titik berkumpul darurat terdekat. Dan manajer front office akan bersiaga di lobi untuk mengarahkan semua tamu menuju titik kumpul terakhir dan memastikan semua tamu dalam keadaan aman. Kami terhubung dengan Dinas Pemadam Kebakaran dan Kepolisian 24 jam untuk memastikan Anda akan tetap aman di dalam keadaan darurat. Dalam kondisi darurat, Anda harus tenang dan sadar sepenuhnya dan lakukan langkah-langkah berikut. Tenang dan jangan panik, tinggalkan kamar segera, bawa hanya barang berharga, tutup pintu kamar Anda, jangan gunakan lift atau eskalator pada saat keadaan darurat atau bencana alam. Ikutilah arahan dari tim penyelamat darurat atau rambu evakuasi yang menuju ke titik berkumpul darurat. Grand Ballroom dan Junior Ballroom adalah ruang multiguna yang paling utama di area convention center kami. Kedua ballroom kami tersebut dilengkapi dengan peralatan keselamatan dan keamanan untuk kondisi darurat yang berstandar internasional. Rute evakuasi ballroom. Dalam kondisi darurat, Anda diharapkan untuk keluar gedung melalui pintu keluar utama Convention Center atau pintu keluar darurat. menuju ke titik kumpul di depan Pullman Bandung International Convention Center. Anda akan diarahkan oleh tim tanggap darurat kami yang mengenakan rompi oranye seperti ini menuju jalur evakuasi. Rute evakuasi area parkir. Apabila Anda sedang berada di area parkir pada saat kondisi darurat, Anda diharapkan untuk keluar gedung melalui jalur masuk atau keluar kendaraan roda 2 menuju ke titik kumpul di depan pintu masuk arah Jalan Surapati, atau melalui jalur keluar kendaraan roda 4 menuju ke titik kumpul di depan pintu masuk kawasan Grand Central di Jalan Diponegoro. Terima kasih Anda telah meluangkan waktu untuk menonton video penjelasan mengenai prosedur keamanan dan keselamatan diri saat terjadi keadaan darurat dan bencana. Selamat menikmati kunjungan Anda di Pullman dan IB Styles, Bandung Grand Central.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me, Chandra Dwi Febrian, and
Khadijah Ahlam Nabila, to be here on this wonderful morning, and we are very delighted to welcome all of you to the first day of the International Symposium and Workshop on Sustainable Buildings, Cities and Communities, SBCC 2024.
the Symposium provides a platform to share ideas, research, and studies on how to mitigate global warming and tackle climate change.
SBCC 2024 is organized by the Architecture Study Program, Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. This event is supported by Bikul Indonesia and Tata Logam Group Incorporated. The initiative entails the Kampong Bikul project, which involves the painting of cool roofs on 20 houses to improve the microclimate of the neighborhood. It also includes the installation of 3 solar reflective houses to demonstrate low carbon materials and passive design housing solutions.
This conference brings architects, policymakers, academia, undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral students, entrepreneurs, as well as city activists together to elaborate in and integrate discussions to share ideas, research, and studies about urban environmental change and urgent needs for building sustainable communities. Now, for brief moments, we would like to invite you to rise and sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
For those of you who are here in this room, you may now stand up and sing with us.
Jaya
you so much. You may return to your seat.
Before we proceed further, let us take a moment of silence to remember and honor the lives lost in the past tragedies around the world.
Let us also unite in prayer for peace and healing for those affected by the ongoing genocide, conflict, and suffering.
A moment of silence begins now.
Thank you for this moment of reflection. Now, to kick off our event, we have a special video that will provide insight into the profile of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and the themes and ideas we will be exploring throughout the day.
Please enjoy.
This is Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia is made up of 8 faculties: Faculty of Educational Sciences, Faculty of Social Science Education, Faculty of Language and Literature Education, Faculty of Mathematics and Science Education, Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education, Faculty of Sports and Health Science Education, Faculty of Economics and Business Education, Faculty of Art and Design Education, and UPI also offers postgraduate programs at the School of Postgraduate, including various research opportunities and civic services at the Center of Research and Community Services. UPI is strengthened by 6 branch campuses, which located in several locations. UPI Bumi Siliwangi, UPI Cibiru, UPI Tasikmalaya, UPI Purwakarta, UPI Sumedang, and UPI Serang. Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the leading and outstanding university.
Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia.
Sinergi yang baik antar industri dalam negeri, mulai dari hulu sampai hilir, adalah kunci kemajuan ekonomi Indonesia. Itu sebabnya Tata Logam Group menggalakkan program 100% Indonesia, kualitas ekspor. Dengan menggunakan produk-produk dalam negeri, selain menggiatkan roda perekonomian, juga berarti memberi ruang berkembang bagi potensi sumber daya alam maupun sumber daya manusia Indonesia. Penggunaan Nextalu sebagai bahan baku taso adalah salah satu wujud optimalisasi program peningkatan penggunaan produk dalam negeri atau P3DN. Bahan baku baja lapis yang diproduksi oleh PT Tata Meta Lestari selain memiliki TKDN tinggi, juga memiliki kualitas yang sudah diakui dunia dengan telah diekspornya produk ini ke 15 negara di dunia. Mari kita dukung kemajuan bangsa dengan menggunakan produk baja dalam negeri yang berkualitas dunia.
Built environment is the largest contributor of energy consumption, greenhouse gas emission, waste, and natural resources. According to the United Nations Environment Program, estimated 40% of energy consumption and around 30% of greenhouse gas emission are caused by the built environment.
building construction and operation accounted for the most significant energy consumption and carbon emission globally, which includes providing land and materials for new buildings and constructions. Today, we have an urgent need for communities in sustainable buildings. The International Symposium and Workshop on Sustainable Buildings, Cities and Communities, SBCC 2024, provides a platform to share ideas, research, and studies on how to mitigate global warming and tackle climate change. And this is our initiative.
Wasn't it insightful? Thank you so much for that wonderful video.
Now, to officially commence our symposium, we are going to listen to the welcoming speech from the Vice Rector for Academic and Student Affairs of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, yang terhormat Bapak Profesor Didi Sukyadi.
To Bapak Profesor Didi Sukyadi, the floor is yours.
First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to some important people coming to this symposium who have greatly supported this symposium. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Matt Zarakis of University Freiburg, Germany. Thank you for coming to this symposium, Prof. And also Dr. Bipin Shah from Will Build USA. Prof. Bipin? Okay. We talked a lot this morning and yesterday. And also Professor Bao Jihi from Chongqing University. Thank you for joining us today. And Mr. Yu Singh of Studio Akanoma. Okay, thank you, Ibu. Okay, Mr. Yanuar Pratama from A Accent. Thank you, Bapak. And Professor Yandi from Universitas Indonesia. Professor, okay, thank you, Bapak. Professor Paramita also from Universitas Indonesia. Thank you, Ibu. And Professor Bapak Stepanus Kuswandi from Tata Logam. Pak Stepanus. Okay. Oh, thank you. On the way. And also Ibu Fitriani Ratmaja from Calcu, France. Thank you, Ibu. Also Vice President Operation PT Tata Logam Group, Bapak, I have just mentioned, Bapak Stepanus Kuswandi. Director of Housing Implementation System and Strategy, Bapak Edward, ada? Oh, besok. Oke. Also Bapak Lilik Widodo, present today, Bu Beta? Oh, oke, Pak Lilik, terima kasih Bapak. And also Chief of Indonesian Institute of Architects, West Java Province, Bapak R. Adrianto Santoso. Terima kasih Bapak. And also all distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, on behalf of my rector, I welcome you all to this symposium organized by one of our faculty in our university. I would like to especially thank the person behind this symposium. Can you please stand up, Bu Beta, for organizing? Okay. Okay, thank you, Ibu, for organizing this very, very important symposium. I would like to tell you the story behind this symposium, which is, I don't know all about that. Ibu Beta is very active and energetic academia in our university, still young, not a professor yet. Yeah, but she is encouraged by BPIN to become a professor. And last time she got a funding from one institution under United Nations in the US to do research in about cool roof. Yeah, and now it has been materialized through one product that we call it as Be Cool. The product is very important. Why? Because a few days ago we saw a phenomenon that I saw for the first time in my life. It is in Ranca Ekek. We call it puting beliung, angin puting beliung. When I was in my junior high school, my teacher told me that we have some winds in our area in West Java. We call it angin kumbang, we call it angin puting beliung, but we were not taught about tornado in our country, but tornado was in the US BPIN's country. But when it happened in Ranca Ekek in Majalaya, and some people thought that it was almost similar to tornado. And one of the experts from IITB analyzed that the puting beliung that destroyed many of the buildings in Ranca Ekek was maybe caused by global warming. And global warming is derived from what we call climate change. Global warming will create climate change, and it is our concerns. Not rich countries' concern, not developed countries' concern, but it is all of us concerns. And the theme of the symposiums, we start from building, because if we have sustainable building that is efficient in the use of energy, and then we will create a sustainable city. And a sustainable city will create a sustainable communities. So here, with the help of Professor Masarakis and also Bipin and also Rafi from the United States, Ibu Beta is having a lab that will research how we will have a better and a low carbon building emission in our country. And our rector dedicates a very large space, an enough space for Ibu Beta to build the lab and to work there with our best students. So I again thanks Bipin, thanks Rafi for making this lab happen. And we believe that from the research that have been proven by Ibu Beta, the use or the application of Bikul in some places started from Tangerang Selatan until more and more areas that are painted by the product. It can decrease the heat of the building. When we are decreasing the heat or the temperature of the building, then we can reduce the use of electricity. When we are reducing the use of electricity, then we are reducing the use of coal or fossil fuel that we use to generate the electricity. So some factories have already ordered and bought the Bikul and then applied in their own factories or building, and with the application of the paint, then they can reduce the cost for electricity expenses. So I think if we can do it in more and more buildings, we can make our buildings more sustainable and more economical. So hopefully in these symposiums we can share our own ideas, we can share our own research in such a way that we can spread our good ideas to make our universe a better place for us and for our future generation to live in. I just now talked with one of our colleagues from Sumitomo that in the future we will have what we call zero emission, whether building, whether car, for example, whether factories. So we will make or we will shift the climate change into the situation before the climate change happened. So thank you very much for all your participation to this symposium. I hope you can enjoy the symposium and you can get a very good diet for your mind. And as Bandung people, I also suggest you to enjoy Bandung, not only enjoying this symposium, but Bandung has a lot of things to enjoy. For example, if you enjoy culinary methods, here in Bandung, Bandung is the right place. If you like cakes, for example, we have brownies Amanda, we have Bolen Kartika Sari, for example. And you know that if you like something culture, we have so many batik houses in Bandung. We have what we call batik Hasan, we have batik Cipaku, batik Lembang, and you can also enjoy performance, cultural performance in Saung Ojo if you still have time. If you have more time, you can go to Tangkuban Perahu, you can go to hot spring water in Ciater, or to Kawah Putih in Ciwidey, if you are not from Bandung. Yeah? So please spend most of your money in Bandung to make Bandung people more prosperous. Okay, and your well-being will increase, yeah, because if you want to live longer, yeah, you have to do more healing, yeah. Okay, and healing is a good place, yeah. Bandung is a good place for your healing. Thank you. Have a good day. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for Bapak Profesor Didi Sukyadi for that inspiring opening remarks, and welcome to Bandung, Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now officially arrived on the first day of the International Symposium and Workshop on Sustainable Buildings, Cities and Communities, SBCC 2024.
We would like to invite the chairman of SBCC 2024, Ibu Dr. Beta Paramita, to give the welcoming speech. To Ibu Dr. Beta Paramita, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Vice Rector of Education and Student Affairs, Bapak Profesor Didi Sukyadi, Bapak Stefanus from PT Logam, Tata Logam Group, and also Director of Housing Implementation System and Strategy. Tomorrow he will join, Bapak Edward Abdurrahman, and then Director of Metal, Ministry of Industry, Bapak Lili Widodo, Chief of Indonesian Institute of Architect, West Java Province, Bapak Architect Adrianto Santoso. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is tremendous gratitude to be able here this morning with you together in this International Symposium on Sustainable Building, City and Communities. My name is Beta Paramita. You can saw my name over there. That's my product. I am the chair of SBCC 2024. It is a pleasure to be here to welcome you today. And we want to remark again our symposium about building low carbon future, decarbonizing with impact. Our symposium collaborate between the academia, industry, also from the government. So we would like to very gratitude to the PT Tata Logam once again. Mbak Niki, thank you so much. This event won't be happen without PT Tata Logam. Please give applause PT Tata Logam Group. Mbak Niki, Mbak Anggi, dan Pak Grasel, thank you so much for always ask me to have some collaboration. Not to forget to mention the array of distinguished speaker, Ibu Fitriani, Bapak Yanuar, Bapak Yusing, Profesor Bojihe, Profesor Yandi, Profesor Paramita, thank you so much for your welcome. For your coming to Bandung, Bapak Stefanus, Bapak Bipinsa, Bapak Edward tomorrow, and then Professor Andreas is my father, and then Mark Lefranc, he will join online, and then also not forget to mention Mas Zeki, Bapak Muhammad Zeki, he's from Climate Works. We also have more than 100 online participants. Thank you so much. I don't know where I have to wave my hand. Where? Over there? Hi, thank you for your participation. Finally, let me express my gratitude to the dedicated SPCC team, the young lecturers here, and my beloved students who work extremely hard in the site construction. We looks like Bandung Bondowoso, as you know that Sangkuriang and Bandung Bondowoso, I guess we just built our house in 3 days. So tomorrow you will see the house. It just like constructed like 3 days. So the construction also took a lot of pressure because it's we need to make not just about the design, but how to implement our design to the site. It will be very, very difficult. So I would like also to congratulate to PT Incode who helped us to bring the coating, Ibu Magdalena. Thank you so much for your come. And then for the student, thank you so much again. And you are definitely not Gen Z anymore, not Gen Z anymore. You are Gen Beta. You have my Gen. Thank you so much, and don't forget to charge to me and enjoy the symposium.
Thank you so much, Ibu Dr. Beta Paramita, for that inspiring opening remarks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on the next agenda, we would like to capture a group photo commemorating this day. So let's take a photo together.
For those of you who are in the corner left and row, you may move closer, stand up and move closer towards the center so that we can fit everyone into the picture. And for those of you who are in the middle 3 rows, you may just remain in your seat and just stand up for a moment.
Untuk Bapak dan Ibu yang berada di sebelah kanan dan kiri, di pojok boleh mendekat agar semuanya dapat masuk ke dalam kamera. Terima kasih.
Bapak dan Ibu yang ada di 3 barisan paling tengah boleh hanya berdiri di tempat saja. Terima kasih.
Okay, for all the participants, you can stand up.
Okay, we're gonna take the picture now. Put on your biggest smile.
Your
1,
biggest-
2, 3. Okay, one more. Maybe add a little pose. 1, 2, 3.
Okay,
All
give
right.
a big smile.
Okay, I guess that's enough, isn't it?
One more?
Okay, one more time. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, that's enough. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much.
You may return to your seat.
All right, that's a wrap on the photo sessions. Thank you everyone for your cooperations. Now, let's take a brief look at today's schedule.
Our morning session kicks off with Keynote Session 1, Architecture Best Practice and Sharing Session. Architectural practitioners will take the stage to share their experiences, challenges, and triumphs in navigating the ever-evolving landscape of architectural design. We will then have a 15-minute coffee break.
Next, we will transition to Keynote Season 2, Architecture Research Best Practice. Here, distinguished architectural researchers will discuss the theories, discoveries, and ideas that shape the future of architecture. We will then have a 1-hour break from 12 until 1 p.m.
Then the afternoon brings us to Keynote Session 3, Industry and Climate Finance. This session convenes industry leaders and climate finance experts to explore the crucial intersection of design, sustainability, and financial feasibility.
Next, we delve into the presentation and exhibition segment, where 30 best paper finalists will deliver their ideas through video presentations. Afterwards, we will engage in the stimulating discussion and explore innovative projects at the exhibition lounge.
Finally, to conclude this enriching day, the chair of SBCC will deliver insightful closing remarks.
All right, that was the overview of today's agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving forward with the first item on today's exciting agenda, the highly anticipated Keynote Session 1, Architecture Best Practices and Sharing Session.
Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and fellow architecture enthusiasts, we are privileged to have three renowned architectural practitioners gracing the stage to share their invaluable insight and experience.
We have here with us Ibu Fitriani Ratmaja from Kalki, France, Bapak Yusing from Akanoma Studio, and Bapak Architect Yanuar PF from AAXN Responsible Architecture.
On these occasions, Bapak Architect Adrianto will be the moderator of this session. Bapak Architect Adrianto Santoso, EI, he graduated for Bachelor degree of Science in Architecture, Universitas Katolik Parahyangan on 2006, and he pursued Master degree of Urban Design in Institut Teknologi Bandung 2009. His area of focus in architect and an urban designer.
Now we invite Bapak Architect Adrianto to take the stage and moderate this impactful session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning everyone, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and speakers, and esteemed participants. And I would like to welcome you to the SBCC 2024, to all of you, to the interesting international symposium and workshop on sustainable building cities and communities. And I would like to also welcome you to Bandung as well. As Pak Prof. Didi mentioned, several places for you to come in Bandung, culinary and tourism spotted. Yeah, and welcome to Bandung to all over the people from all over the globe and Indonesia. My name is Adrianto Santoso. I'm an architect and urban designer based in Bandung, and right now I'm the chairman of Indonesian Institute of Architect West Java chapter. It is a privilege for me to stand before you as we embark on collective journey to explore and deliberate upon the crucial topic of sustainability and our built environment. In the face of rapid urbanization and environmental changes, the need for sustainable practices in our buildings, cities, and communities has never been more urgent. The symposium serves as a platform for us to exchange knowledge, not only just an architect, but I prefer that the discussion will be diverse from other experts and also the disciplines, to exchange knowledge, share insights, and foster collaboration towards creating a future where our built environment meets the needs of the present and ensure the well-being of generations to come. As we delve into discussions on sustainable building design, energy efficiencies, technologies, resilient urban planning and design, and community development, let's keep in mind that interconnectedness of these elements. Sustainable development is a multidimensional endeavor that requires a holistic as integrated approach. Our esteemed speakers will bring a wealth of expertise from various disciplines, providing diverse perspectives that will enrich our understandings and inspire innovative solutions. The symposium aims not only to identify the challenges, but also, more importantly, to generate actionable strategies and solutions that can be implemented in the real world. As the moderator, my role is not just only to facilitate the flow of the symposium or the discussion, but also to ensure that every voice in this room is heard and every idea is given to the consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker of this symposium. Our speakers today are visionary architects, not just in Bandung, but also in France, experts, also change makers who have dedicated their careers in advancing sustainability in the built environment. The first speakers, I would like to welcome Mrs. Fitriani Ratmaja, or maybe she preferred to just call Fitri. Can you show the CVs of the Bu Fitri. Bu Fitri is graduated from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in 2011 and continuing her studies at the profession program at École des Ingénieurs de la Ville de Paris and work as an architect for almost 12 years in France and the urban architecture at Ecologie Territoriale, Besançon Architecture, and right now Fitri is an architect and project manager and also BIM manager in CARC, France. She also expertise in BIM and active in organization and associations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to extending a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers, Bu Fitri. And Bu Fitri, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to be here with you today in this international symposium and workshop on sustainable building cities and communities. I'm an Indonesian, living in France since 2012, and I'm working as an architect in CARC, with CARC in Paris. I would share with you today some information, regulation, and project about architecture and the energy transition in France. Thank you for everyone. Miss Beta, she was my lecturer when I was in Indonesia. And I don't have so much time, it's just 15 minutes, so let's begin. I'm sorry, I need the printer. So is this one? No, this one. Okay. It's not working. Okay. Okay. Atas kiri. Okay. Sorry. Talking about the end. What's wrong with me? Talking about the energy consumption, I'm sorry I can move here because I'm so small, so yes, yeah, I prefer to be here. Yes, talking about the energy consumption in France, the residentially and tertiary sector consume most energy in France with 43% in 1990 and 49%, almost 15% in 2020. This sector emits more than 123 million tons of CO2 per year. In this diagram, we can see in 2020, the final energy consumption in France decreased quite drastically. Anyone know why? It's because of the coronavirus pandemic. Yes, we remember this pandemic, and in this period, almost all the activity was stopped, and the energy consumption decreased following the human activity. It can affirm that we are the major actor, we are the main actor who consume the energy, and this sector, residentially and tertiary sector, is the key to fight against the global warming. Sorry. The global consequences of the CO2 emission, we all know that is global warming, creating the climate change and provoke some natural disaster like heat wave, hurricane, and last week we can see the tornado in Rancaikek, heredity flood. And this time I want to talk to you more about the heat wave, because the heat wave is not just a simple natural disaster. Another natural disaster we can't avoid it, but the heat wave we can reduce the number of victims. In France, in 2003, a deadly heat wave killed more than 15,000 people in just 2 weeks. It looks like 1,000 people per day. It's a lot, and the most of the victims was the elderly. Being the elderly people is not the only reason the death of in this natural catastrophe in France in 2003, reported by a National Assembly. There were 3 major causes making this heat wave in 2003 particularly deadly. The first is the meteorological condition. The very high temperature and the low range of the daytime and nighttime temperature, also the particularly length of the heat wave periods. The second is the architectural environment, the housing with the bad system of air conditioning in the dense city. And the third is the sociological condition. Is there any sociologists here? I hope so. And the isolation of the elderly people. We can't avoid the heat wave, the natural disaster like heat wave in this period of global warming. But the victim of the heat wave, we can reduce if we can improve our architectural environment and our social system. This picture here is an advertising board in the city of Montrouge, where I live. This is a prevention to protect the elderly people during the heat wave that can happen every summer in France. And yes, in the city, the urban heat island, making this tragedy of heat wave worse. In the city, the urban heat island prevent the temperature to drop. In this picture is the data from April, an atelier d'urbanisme, Atelier Parisien d'Urbanisme. We can see 2 temperature maps of Paris. I'm sorry, the picture is not very clear, but this is the center of Paris. With we can see the Seine River traverse the city. In the left side is the map of the average temperature during the day between 9 and 12 of August in 2003 during the heat wave. The average temperature exceed more, I can't see clearly, but yes, it's exceed more than 34 degree in most of the territory, and in some area it reached more than 35 degrees. And on the right side is the map of the temperature at 6 a.m. in the morning, at the 10th of August. The vegetated and suburban areas are cooler than the urban area in the middle. And because the natural area can regulate easily the temperature, in the city, the dense density of the pavement, the buildings, streets, and all the activity that produce the heat prevent the temperature to decrease. It's just one example in Paris, but the urban heat island can happen in every dense city in the world. Yeah. The global temperature continue to increase. So we can have a question in what kind of world our children will live. Is the human being will survive? It depends on us. And in this condition, in now condition, the personal effort, it's not enough anymore. We need to react collectively and massively. And yes, we urgently need to change. And as an architect, maybe, for example, we need to do some massively renovate the existing and urban structure. Like I told you before, the 123 million emission of CO2 in France become from the existing buildings. So we need to renovate to decrease the carbon imprint and the energy consumption of the building. And then we need to massively building sustainable and low-cost building. It's like a huge and impossible way, but yes, we can do this. I will show you how in France the energy transition works. The government is the political institution that have power. So the government is the important element in this energy transition. In France, the government have created some environmental regulation about 50 years ago, following the first oil shock in 1973. Maybe you know historically, and then to every time they create another regulation to decrease the energy consumption until now. The last environmental regulation is the Environmental Regulation 2020. It's a very strict environmental regulation and to construction, building, new building, reconstruction, etc. And the three measure information in this environmental regulation is the energy sobriety and efficiency to reduce the carbon imprint by creating the life cycle of new building, and to guarantee a comfortable temperature during the heat wave. And another regulation that we have to follow in France is the bioclimatic urban planning. Every city in France have a local urban planning, different urban planning. So it's very specific, depends on where is the city, etc. And this regulation always it's developing every time it's following the climate change, etc. For example,
2 more minutes, Bu Fitri.
Yes?
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, okay, thank you. And yeah, so, okay, see. I just want to, so 2 more minutes, I just will show you some project of colleagues. So we have 30 years expertise in this domain. Our 60% of our project is the renovation and the rehabilitation to reduce the carbon footprint from the building. We use the biosource materials in our project, like housing, office, and some activities building. And then I want to show you just 2 minutes about the interesting experience about the new material, because we use the recycling material in our building, and this experimentation is validated by a certification organization. So I just show you, just a few seconds about a project. This is an interesting project. This is a transformation of a warehouse to a hotel, or 4-star hotel. This is the existing structure. So we need to preserve the existing structure of this building by repairing the structure and to reinforce the structure. So we prefer repair the structure than to destroy it. Another project is the transformation of the parking building to a housing and office, as an office. I like this project because it's like a symbol that the vehicle has been, and now we're transforming this building to be an office and housing. So let's talk and discuss, and because we need a better future. Thank you.
Very insightful presentation from Fitri, atau Bu Fitri. Thank you for your presentation. Bu Fitri has mentioned that in the preface that the development that carried out from human is shaping our Earth, as we know, that become the background of the green protocol of the green building is also, and this affected the cities that we live every day in terms of energy efficiency and urban heat island. Learn from France, the action has to be taken by top-down action in the authority. Bu Fitri has also said that the regulation is strictly guided and prioritizing that reducing the urban heat island is also carried out in every elements of the architecture of the buildings. The regulation also said that there's an incentive and disincentive on every development. So with the strict regulation, it can be assured that the development is also carried out the urban heat island as a prioritas and being regulated. And also Bu Fitri has presented the several projects, not only the new development, also in rehabilitation and preservation projects. That's really interesting, and we might have further discussion in the Q&A session. Thank you, Bu Fitri, and ladies and gentlemen, can we have an applause to Bu Fitri? The next presenter is an architect from Bandung, Pak Yusing. He's an architect, graduated from School of Architecture in ITB, Bandung Institute of Technology, and Pak Yusing started his career as an architect in 1999 and became the founder of Studio Genesis, and now become the principal of Studio Akanoma. Economa Studio has a commitment to always be rooted in the cultural context, potential and problem in Indonesia. By using belief that architecture should be able to serve all the communities without limit, and Economa Studio vision is to use architecture as a way to the core of the earth and its content. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our speaker, Pak Yusing. The stage is yours.
Pointernya.
Sini ada. Saya ingatkan lagi timekeeping.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Today I will share a story about vertical densification of urban kampung in Indonesia. There will 4 lists of contents. The first one is about statistic or urbanization and high density settlement in Indonesia. The B is inspiration from urban kampung, C micro house prototypes, and D is kampung susun or vertical kampung, in situ densification design research. This is the condition of further urbanizations and higher density are severe in issue in big city in Indonesia. We can see the density comparisons between cities. In several cities in Indonesia, for example, Bandung, Jakarta, and Surabaya is higher compared to the Tokyo of the density. But we can see also the comparison, the GDP per capita is very low. In Tokyo, in Japan is more about 8 times than GDP per capita in Indonesia. The amount of vertical housing is very little, still about 100,000 units subsidized and 220,000 in Jakarta. With the data that providers of the housing in Indonesia, still about more than 76% is self-built houses. These conditions also tell that the less than 5% of Jakarta populations live in the apartment, while in Tokyo already about 70% live in the apartment or vertical housings. Why? Maybe there is 2 reasons. The first one is land price within city center are very expensive, so developers prefer to build landed houses at the outskirts. The second one is citizens don't have enough income to get a loan to buy an apartment. These particular dwelling types cause urban sprawling, then inefficient of urban land use. This is skyline comparisons. You can see that several cities in the world is more verticalized, then Jakarta is still more horizontalized. We see all of the city is very dense, but we can ask really how dense is Jakarta in the reality. If we think, if we calculate that if Jakarta built verticalized like other cities, for example like Singapore, if all of the buildings packed into vertical building like in Singapore, we can sure that Jakarta will have more like 3/4 empty land in Jakarta. That means Indonesian city needs vertical densifications. The second one, we can see that in the beginning, all of the city in Indonesia start from kampungs. Kampung is informal, self-built urban settlements. The gray area and the black area is kampung in Jakarta. This is the picture of the kampung in Jakarta. But as population density increases, the kampungs grow incrementally. Housing is getting smaller and they are divided among families. This is several kampung in several cities like Surabaya, Pontianak, Solo, and Palembang. Many houses become micro houses. For example, one house plot only approximately about 3 by 4 meter square, 3 by 6 meter square, and etc. Urban kampung not only residential places to rest, but also as a source of a livelihood. Most of the village residents work in the informal sector and use their homes as space of work. To work. Therefore, in vertical densification planning, the development of economic spaces is become crucial. Housing is the most important element in the vertical densification of urban kampung. One type of the housing that is needed is micro houses for their efficient use of space and their affordability. However, how small is big enough? So I do some research about micro houses, build some mock-ups to learn how small we can reduce our space of living. This is the first one is about the experimentation of using scaffolding module is 1.2 meter by 1.8 meters as a space to sleep and work. We stack the scaffoldings and we use the mezzanine level as a bed mattress and working table at the first floor. It still can be used as a working space, still enough with the view to the outside. This is several. After this, we want to increase the space not only for working table. We will build this as a micro house. From the beginning, about 6.5 meter squares into 25 meter squares as one house. That consists of 4 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a balcony. This is the process of the building. And after this, we create another micro houses at the behind of the scaffolding micro house. It's about the land use is about 2.4 by 5.4 meter squares, 2 floors for one house. This is the plans and the plans and the perspectives. The ground floor using as a chicken coop, but for the context of the city, we can change the chicken coop as shops, for example, for a cafe and etc. This is the picture of the house. We can see the short video. The window facade also used as a dining table or study table. Yeah, for both houses, scaffolding house or roomy art, it only needs about 40 square meter of land that consists of 6 bedrooms. So the last content is about vertical kampung. We need to find a way how to verticalize the kampungs. This is the one model, is about kampung deret or row kampung. If the development of mixed functions row houses without changing the plot boundaries, that's the boundary is still big enough. So its plot is built vertically. The quantity of residences and commercial function increases. Palletist building, so we have more green area in the below of the buildings, more green space and trees. Second model is about co-housing or flats. If the plot is already split too small, so we need consolidated into one bigger plot. For example, 4 plots becoming one, and then we build vertically of the houses into 12 houses or offices. Additional unit can be used for housing, office, or small shops. In the bigger lands, in one RT or neighborhoods, we will becoming vertical kampungs. Vertical densification of urban kampung is not only about increasing the number of houses in the city centers, but also attempt to solve the main problem of the cities, namely poverty and fairness of the living spaces for the lower middle income groups. The idea of building vertical urban kampung means improving the condition of potential urban slums, while at the same time providing new economic growth spaces for the city, new shopping destination and urban lounge, which will help improve the economy for residents of existing urban kampung. This is the study with the World Bank Group that in Palembang about vertical densification in kampung. If there's not any changes in the construction culture in Palembang, Palembang will need about 122 more kilometer square more lands, sprawling, and 2.2 million tons of carbon emissions. That's why we need vertical densifications in the city or in the urban kampung. This is the line of study in one of the kampung called Keramasan in Palembang. We study 6 houses existing in the kampungs, number 29 until 33, 34, 6 houses, the existing. We verticalize only second floor, 2 floors, becoming 13 houses and 1 unit rental rooms with communal motorcycle parking area and also communal stairs for the houses at the second floors. This is the plans. In the middle is the corridor, communal corridor for the every houses and the second floors. The pictures of the kampung that already verticalized.
2 more minutes, Pak Yusing.
Yeah. The main idea is to invite the government and foster participation financing urban kampungs, vertical densification to provide more housing units within city center. At the same time, improving urban kampung existing residents' economic conditions. Even though developed vertically, the village atmosphere is still preserved. The last one is about kampung susun produktif tumbuh atau vertical kampung that can be productive and grow incrementally in Cakung in East Jakarta. We divided every unit with private spaces. For example, this 36 meter square of housing unit, we developed into 21 meter square of private space and 15 meter square of economic space in every unit, in every floor. So the residents can grow their economy by, for example, these illustrations have boarding house or rental rooms, kamar kos, 4 units in every space. Or another illustration, if they want to open warung or rice stalls, in their units. This is the picture. The left one is the video of the private spaces, the mezzanine level for the kids' bedroom. On the right side is the economic space in every unit in the Rusun. The ground floor is for food court or retail shops and street vendor. This is the ground floor. Also, we have a ramp for accessibility and in the first floor. The colors of the building inspired by the colorful housing in the kampong. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Pak Yusing. What an intriguing and inspiring topics. Pak Yusing brought us to a larger topics. It's about urban densification and issues in Indonesia. As we know, many of the Indonesian cities are developed by car-oriented cities concept, where the development is going horizontally and becomes the urban sprawling or uncontrolled of urban expansion. Comparing to other cities in all over the globe, compact development is one of the strategies to reduce the urban sprawling. Learn from the existing. Pak Yusing brought us to how the people of the kampung is managed to have optimal space and efficiency, and how small is big enough as a philosophy. Microhousing, as Pak Yusing mentioned, is not just a design, but it is the action to people not to be more wasteful or tidak mubazir dalam menggunakan ruang. It's a contribution in reducing lands and footprint in development, especially in Indonesia. And in the end of the presentation, Pak Yusing also mentioned about the vertical kampung, not only just about the new shape of the settlement, a resettlement, but this is one of the strategy to improve the quality of life of the people of kampung and the contribution to the city, where, as we mentioned before, that urban sprawling is one of the big issues in Indonesia. By creating the inclusive space, the fairness for the people of urban kampung, Pak Yusing also share us about the vertical kampung project. This is an interesting topics, and we might have a further discussion in the Q&A topics. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, maybe we can have a big applause to Pak Yusing. I think this is both of the presenters is giving us the intriguing topics today. Last but not least, we have the third speakers. This is a young architect, maybe because he's younger than me. Pak Yanuar Pratama Firdaus, he's architect based in Bandung. Pak Yanuar is earning his bachelor degrees of architecture from Parayangan Catholic University. Pak Yanuar started his career in Urbane Indonesia as an urban designer division, and established House the House with the other creators in Bandung in 2011. He continued his postgraduate study at Bandung Institute of Technology and Goldsmiths University of London. And Pak Yanuar formed Action Responsible Architecture in 2018 until now, and several action projects is carried out, receiving awards such as a Good Design Award Indonesia and Good Design Award Japan in 2019. Yanuar is also active as a committee of Indonesian Institute of Architects and active as, in several organizations. Please welcome Pak Yanuar, and we have a big applause to Pak Yanuar. Pak Yanuar, the stage is yours. This is pointers, and there's a time.
Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Allow me to deliver my presentation in Bahasa. Saya berasal dari Bandung dan saya merasa bahwa di beberapa waktu terakhir kita sering mengalami panas global, dan sebenarnya ini adalah hal yang mungkin kita amini di beberapa titik di dunia. Jadi memang ini bukan hal yang aneh. Nah, kalau kita ngomongin sesuatu yang terkait dengan built environment, bahwa tadi juga sudah dibahas oleh Bu Fitria dan Pak Yusing, bahwa sebenarnya built environment itu mengambil peran 42% terkait dengan apa yang terjadi di Urban Heat Index. Nah, yang kita bahas sebenarnya lebih banyak hal-hal teknis, praktis yang terkait dengan bagaimana acaranya upaya kita untuk mereduksi kerusakan terkait dengan yang disebabkan oleh arsitektur. Jadi dari apa yang kita lakukan di aksen di responsible architecture, ini ada 4 poin sebenarnya. Yang pertama adalah bagaimana kita memperbaiki building quality, terus yang bagaimana tadi kalau menarik juga proyeknya Bu Putri bahwa di Perancis sendiri 70% proyeknya adalah retrofit ya, atau renovasi. Terus bagaimana kita melihat arsitektur itu bukan hanya eksterior tapi juga interior, dan juga bagaimana kita mengurangi cost. Mungkin ini yang perlu kita concern. Saya banyak dapat paparan dari Bu Beta ya, terima kasih Bu Beta, tentang albedo, terus tentang bagaimana fasad, bagaimana arsitektur itu bukan hanya melulu tentang estetis gitu ya, tapi juga tentang keberlanjutan lingkungan. Jadi di presentasi kali ini saya akan banyak membahas tentang bagaimana bangunan saya itu membantu upaya untuk mengurangi kerusakan lingkungan. Kebetulan yang pertama terima kasih juga untuk Bu Beta, kantor kita sudah dicat oleh Bikul. Ya, jadi waktu itu kita kekeh bahwa kantor kita harus pakai AC, tapi Bu Beta bilang bahwa coba dulu dicat pakai Bikul. Nah, ternyata memang ya walaupun ini bukan ramuan ajaib ya, artinya bahwa sebenarnya ada upaya lokal gitu ya, punya TKDN yang menurut saya ini menarik gitu. Jadi kantor kita di timur Bandung, jadi nggak Bandung-Bandung amat gitu ya, jadi agak jauh gitulah, panas gitu ya, terkenal dengan kemacetannya di lampu merah Samsat itu gitu. Jadi memang Urban Heat Index dan area pergudangan itu membuat kantor kita makin panas. Jadi sebelum dicat oleh Bikul, cuacanya suhunya di atap itu 44,2 derajat, dan setelah dicat, setelah kita memakai alat ukur itu turunnya sangat jauh, dan di bawah pun di interior sebenarnya suhunya sangat tolerable ya, tolerable 27,7 derajat. Nah, selain sebenarnya finishing, kita juga memikirkan bagaimana desain ini insulasinya supaya makin baik. Jadi bukan berarti bahwa arsitektur Indonesia tuh melulu pakai atap ijuk gitu ya, nggak selalu pakai genteng gitu. Kita selalu memikirkan bahwa prinsip-prinsip desain Indonesia inilah yang dimasukin ke dalam desain kita, seperti ada teras gitu ya, seperti ada ruang antara, seperti yang tadi lihat di atas itu. Sebenarnya rumah ini walaupun terlihat seperti masjid dan seperti sesuatu yang keras, tapi bangunan ini juga sebenarnya kualitas insulasinya sangat baik. Ini juga terkait dengan tadi yang disampaikan oleh Pak Yusing bahwa sebenarnya sangat sulit untuk mencari lahan yang proper di Indonesia. Jadi memang daripada kita membuat sesuatu yang sangat padat, kita bikin kasusnya ini karena KLB-nya kecil bangunannya, jadi memang harus dibikin ruang terbukanya besar dan arsitekturnya juga sebenarnya efisien. Lalu yang kedua, ya mungkin ketika sekarang kita hadapi, kebetulan ini proyeknya di Kanayakan Dago, sudah sangat mahal di Bandung ini, 30 juta per meter persegi untuk lahan yang sekecil ini. Beliau hanya membeli sekitar 60 meter persegi, itu aja sudah berarti 1,8 M ya harga tanahnya. Bagian bawah itu akan dijadikan area komersial, terus bagian atasnya ada rumah tinggal. Nah, ya Kalau kita lihat sebenarnya memang atap putih ini memang masih sangat jarang di Indonesia. Kalau tadi Bu Beta presentasi tentang kampung tipar ya, saya sebenarnya mengencourage lagi produsen untuk bisa mengaplikasikan gitu ya si larutan ajaib ini, karena memang sangat sangat berasa gitu ke dalam ruangan. Nah, saya sebagai generasi milenial om-om, artinya milenial garis terakhir, saya merasa bahwa ada ketimpangan sebenarnya antara penghasilan kita dan daya beli untuk rumah tinggal. Makanya sebenarnya ini adalah satu kegusaran saya yang kita di Aksen mencoba memecahkan dengan cara, ya sudah kita coba aja bagaimana membuat sesuatu yang affordable, tapi juga memecahkan beberapa permasalahan sosial. Ternyata memang di kota-kota besar dunia ini adalah satu masalah yang sangat besar ya. Bagaimana negara atau kota ini mewadahi kebutuhan rumah tinggal si penghuninya, dan ini ternyata memang masih sangat ada backlog ya, sangat besar di Indonesia gitu, terutama di Pulau Jawa. Dan kalau generasi muda pasti pilihannya sekarang antara ngontrak atau menikahi orang kaya gitu ya, atau memang dapat warisan, sehingga datang untuk bikin rumah ke arsitek. Jadi memang makin lama makin sedikit sebenarnya opsinya yang memang dibiayain orang tua, atau memang kita bikin rumah yang sebenarnya sangat sederhana. Nah, lalu juga sebenarnya masalah ekspansi atau kebutuhan ruang. Jadi ketika kita berbicara tentang rumah tipe 36, karena memang kebutuhan yang sangat terbatas, tipe 36 itu biasanya 2 kamar tidur, luas tanahnya mungkin sekitar 50 apa 60, luas bangunannya 36. Ketika ada penambahan fungsi, itu pasti ekspansinya ke atas. Padahal sebenarnya bangunannya itu hanya 1 lantai. Yang terjadi adalah kita membuat sesuatu lebih mahal karena merenovasi bangunan yang sudah ada. Nah, makanya sebenarnya challenge kita sebagai arsitek adalah kita terus mencoba mendesain, mungkin nggak sih kalau kita membuat sesuatu ruang yang efisien, yang efektif. Sejak tahun 2021 sebenarnya kita malah menurunkan luas. Jadi luasnya makin lama makin kecil. Sehingga green base coefficient atau KDB itu sekarang lebih dari 50%. Kita selalu menempelkan bangunan utamanya itu ke pinggir supaya ada area pengembangannya bukan ke atas tapi ke samping. Begitu juga dengan ketika ada penambahan fungsi seperti ada musola, gudang, atau fungsi-fungsi lain, itu tinggal ditambahkan ke beberapa area. Dan ini sudah terbangun di beberapa tempat di Kota Bandung gitu ya, dan di Bintaro. Cuma memang kita salah. Jadi karena mungkin terlalu murah harganya, jadi memang ini sekarang bangunannya difungsikan sebagai rumah kedua, rumah ketiga, atau Airbnb. Dan ternyata menurut kita desain yang sangat sederhana dan bentuknya desain yang biasa aja ini sebenarnya diminati untuk dibangun. Jadi memang kita berpikir bahwa desain mungkin bisa kalah oleh kemampuan orang untuk membeli sesuatu gitu. Makanya sebenarnya dari desain kita tidak terlalu nge-push harus seperti apa gitu, tapi yang paling penting adalah bagaimana nyaman secara termal, harganya masuk dan bisa berkembang tanpa merusak bangunan yang lama. Ini kebetulan kantor kita di Dago, kita kerjasama dengan Kayu Lapis Indonesia untuk membuat satu struktur kayu, tipenya namanya CLT, cross laminated timber, untuk bikin satu cabin yang tipenya smart cabin. Kita coba kontrol energinya, terus kebetulan kalau ini atapnya disupport oleh BlueScope, dan kita ngebangun bangunan ini kurang lebih hanya 3 minggu, karena 3 bulannya di pabrik. Harapannya adalah sebenarnya ini bisa jadi satu percontohan untuk area-area di Indonesia Timur yang mungkin aksesibilitasnya terbatas. Nah, berbeda dengan CLT di negara maju seperti Eropa dan Amerika, modulnya CLT-nya kita itu sebenarnya memang hanya pakai modul plywood 8 feet, 9 feet, 10 feet. 120 240, 120 270 dan 120 3 meter. Sehingga pria dewasa yang bermodal hanya murbaut itu bisa ngebikin bangunan ini. Kita bikin modulasinya sesederhana itu. Ini proses pembangunannya sangat cepat sih. Terus yang kita concern sekarang adalah bagaimana bangunan ini memiliki umur yang panjang dan memiliki satu standarisasi yang baik. Makanya kita di-challenge juga oleh beberapa perusahaan untuk bikin masjid yang modular. Ini ada grupnya Paragon ya, merek KAF. Jadi mereka CSR-nya adalah bikin masjid di NTT, di Pocodedeng. Yang aksesnya itu 6 jam pakai mobil biasa aja. Tapi memang itu yang kita coba pecahkan. Karena memang ternyata walaupun sudah prefab dan modular dari Jawa, ketika dikirimkan masih ada kendala-kendala di lapangan. Lalu kita berbicara tentang retrofit bangunan ya. Sesuatu bangunan ini apalagi urban ini agak sulit kalau kita membangun segalanya semua ideal. Makanya untuk proyek ini sebenarnya kita membangun arsitektur dalam arsitektur. Jadi sudah ada toko tekstil di alun-alun Bandung. Terus kita membuat satu hotel mikro namanya Bubu Box yang ukurannya hanya 8 meter persegi. Dan ini satu bahan, semuanya pakai plywood material dari Indonesia. Kesulitannya pasti adalah struktur karena memang kita harus 100% dibuat dari plywood sehingga kita melakukan banyak engineering untuk membuat si strukturnya jadi lebih kuat. Jadi seperti Iron Man ya, versi 1 masih banyak bautnya gitu, banyak las-lasan. Sekarang udah makin seamless dan semuanya fabrikasi. Ini masjid yang kita buat di Pocodedeng, akhirnya terbangun walaupun sebenarnya ada beberapa drama. Jadi masalahnya adalah tetap transportasi. Jadi aksesibilitas menuju ke sana sangat sulit. Kita sudah menggunakan material yang sangat ringan gitu ya, sangat modular tapi tetap terclose. Jadi memang ada beberapa kendala. Lalu caranya kita sebenarnya untuk mengakali tempat yang remote seperti ini adalah bagaimana secara energi bangunannya tuh mandiri. Salah satunya adalah caranya kita dengan membuat rainwater harvesting. Karena rainwater harvesting ini bisa dipakai untuk wudhu dan pengairan tanaman di sekitarnya. Lalu masjid yang kedua juga di Pontianak, ini enggak pesisir-pesisir amat, tapi demi standarisasi kita juga bikin prefab. Bangunannya sekarang terapung di atas Sungai Kapuas. Ini sudah terbangun dan diresmikan akhir bulan ini. Nah, pertanyaannya adalah kenapa di Pontianak atau pinggir sungai itu masih perlu rainwater harvesting? Karena ternyata memang air sungainya beliau di Kapuas itu masih jelek. Jadi memang mereka masih menggunakan air hujan untuk mencuci dan memasak daripada memakai si Sungai Kapuas.
2 menit lagi Pak.
Lalu proyek-proyek yang kita kerjakan sebenarnya banyak yang retrofit juga. Bagaimana kita memanjangkan umur bangunan, malah kita membuat sesuatu lebih otentik seperti bangunan lamanya. Kita menyuntikkan beberapa fungsi baru dan ruangan baru supaya umurnya lebih bermanfaat dan lebih panjang, supaya tidak terlihat terlalu old school. Ini yang mungkin kita akan sedikit bahwa kegiatan di kantor kita jadi lebih hidup dengan suasana lebih terbuka gitu ya, dan working culture yang terus belajar. Jadi memang semuanya muda. Itu ada anak magang kucing tuh satu, dia suka banget di nongkrong di laptop yang panas. Terus kita juga furniture semua bikin dari satu modul CLT tadi, sehingga tidak ada waste yang tersisa. Terakhir mungkin presentasi dari saya menyimpulkan 4 kesimpulan dari beberapa proyek yang dibahas. Yang pertama adalah bagaimana si bangunan ini menjadi satu regeneratif point untuk bisa berkembang. Terus yang kedua adalah bagaimana kita mengefisiensikan building construction. Terus yang ketiga adalah preservasi, itu adalah hal penting untuk memperpanjang umur bangunan. Dan yang terakhir adalah bagaimana kita sebagai manusia bisa nyaman dan bisa hidup lebih panjang dengan arsitektur yang terbarukan dan lebih baik. Sekian presentasi dari saya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Yanuar, for bringing us to the interesting projects that you have. Pak Yanuar mentioned that architecture is not just a visual comfort, not just an aesthetics solution, but also the contribution to the environment. Pak Yanuar bring us to the issue that limited land in Bandung to provide housing is also a critical issue, and how to improve life performance is one of the strategies by bringing the element of the buildings that has an efficiency to develop and to give the environment the contribution for the best. Pak Yanuar also mentioned that in architecture there is an adaptability that is needed, adapt in land availability, adapt with the environment issues, and adapt in terms of affordability. By integrating small-scale mixed-use development, Pak Yanuar also share us about how to minimize the footprint of the land issues with integrating mix of the uses in one small scale of mixed use or plot development. In the end, Pak Yanuar also mentioned that the architecture is all about the fostering social well-being for the people. Thank you for all the speakers. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have a big applause to the 3 speakers in the first session. It's a marvelous presentation, and for all the 3 speakers, I would like to invite you to the stages, and we will have the question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to open the floor to the question and answer sessions, and I would like to have all the audience to engage with us. And if you have a question, please raise your hand, and our facilitators will give the microphone. And kindly state your name and the institution so we can have an introduction. Okay, we have only 15 minutes to the discussion, so I'm going to open the first 3 questions. Yeah. Okay. The first question, Pak Romi. Panitia ada mikrofon.
Okay, my name is Romi. I'm from the University of Kita Kyushu. Okay, so thank you for your presentation. I have 2 questions, one for Ms. Fitri and one for Mr. Yusing. So my first question for Ms. Fitri, regarding the renovation, who funds the renovation? Does the city also funds the renovation, or the owner of the building? And the next question for Mr. Yusing, in terms of verticalizing, in my opinion, the crucial part is the initial step, such as to convince the inhabitants and the construction process, like where will they stay during that time? So could you share to us your experience, like the before the construction or during the construction, how to convince and how to, where do they stay during the construction process? Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Romi. Maybe I would like to remind Bu Fitri that Pak Romi asked about who funds the renovation, but maybe not just that question. I would like to add something, but who is the initiative about bringing all the reducing the urban heat island in terms of renovation in the projects? Is that only the government or other parties?
Okay, I would like to answer who funds the renovation. The first is the government give the strict regulation to reduce. The first actor is the government who make the regulation to reduce. So the government helped everyone who want to renovate their building to have a better performance in energies. It's 20% of the cost of the renovation. So it's like a support from the government to have a better what can I say in this transition energy. Yeah, and then the rest is the property. I think the owner, and we can have some found also from some association. Yeah.
So this is some kind of the incentive for
yes,
the
yeah,
landowners
it's like,
who
an incentive
want to
from
develop
yeah.
apply the.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe this is
so it's really basically the government
yes.
who commence memulai in.
Come up with
yes, it's become from the government
initiative.
So, yeah, incentive from the government.
Okay, thank you, Pak Romi. It's clear, yeah. Pak Yusing, this is an interesting issue that Pak Romi has also mentioned, that the crucial parts is how we resettle the people, not just to the new spaces or the new places, but how we deal with to convince also the people that the vertical housing is one that they may live in the future.
Okay, the condition is still on the design research, not constructed yet, but the idea is to convince the people is giving them the idea that their land is have crucial or important modal capital for them. So everything that's built on their land, that also comes from their benefit. So the government don't take their lands, but build on their lands. So the economy will grow and the people will get the benefit from the land. That's the idea. And in the construction phase, I think the process is how to government create like a temporary transit house, or maybe can stay at the Rusun unit that's still empty nearby. In several cities, government built Rusuns that didn't have enough residents yet. So they can stay there for several times and then come back to the house. Thank you.
Is there any issues about or the problem about convincing people that before they live horizontally, they have the garden or something like that, and you have vertically?
Yeah, I think not, because the condition is in the kampong. The land is very limited.
Yes.
So they don't enough green spaces. When the kampong built vertically, they will have more green spaces. Actually, government have money to build rusun, vertical housings. The 1 unit of the standard rusun is about 400,000 rupiah for 1 unit, because need to build like stairs, corridor, and etc. So why don't we use that money, not only build the rusuns, but also build the kampungs? Because when we build the rusuns, the city needs to subsidize the rusuns. Every month is about 1 million per unit, the subsidize. But when we build the kampungs, the poor condition, the slums condition can be better, can be renovated. And also the poverty will be reduced because the economy will grow in the kampung, I think. Yeah.
Interesting, because the philosophy is we build the kampung, not just the settlement.
Yeah. And government didn't need to find another empty land to build a rusun, because in the city center there are a lot of kampungs that needs to be repaired, and also the transportation system, the fasos is already there.
Yeah, it's not far from the kampung existing. Okay, thank you. Pak Romi, thank you for the question. And another question, I think. Yes, one. Nah, ini perlu coffee break, habis ini coffee break Bapak Ibu. Oke, satu pertanyaan ada di sana. Panitia, boleh dibantu?
My name is Sumeti Andonomulyo from Papenas. So my concern is regarding the scaling up and replication to other area. There are at least two options. One option is still keeping the micro housing in the same place. The second one is to adopt urban renewal, to develop more bigger housing. And other alternative is to combination between keeping the space and also trying to adopt urban renewal. So my concern is regarding, because I'm from National Development Planning Agency, so how to replicate, because it is also related to the changing the behavior and behavior of the people, because moving from small house to bigger house, or still keeping the same place and doing social and economic activities. So because Papenas setting up Indonesia transformation to be Indonesia Mas 2045. So my concern is how to replicate and to scale up. And for this, I think the role of ministry in terms of providing, for example, Minister of Public Works and also the local government. For example, in Bandung, how we will develop collaboration between local government and also with the land ministry, and of course with the private to provide and to develop urban area. But of course, by considering three options, choosing keeping the same place, and the second one is urban renewal, and the third one is combination. So what is your suggestion for collaboration between government, land ministry, and also with the local government, and with the private company, and of course with the university and community, or we call pentahelix collaboration. So I think we have to work on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Sumedi, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, from the Bapenas. Maybe this question I would like to share to Pak Yusing and Pak Yanwar regarding the two types of development in the urban areas. One is maybe we have to rehabilitate or keeping the shape as it is, and then the urban renewal, the probable chance to make a more different development. And the third is the combination of the both of the strategies. And maybe is there any opportunity to replicate this as a program to in several issues or several cities? And one thing is how to manage or anticipate the behavioral change in the communities.
Okay, I want to mention that Indonesia have a lot of national slum upgrading projects, right? From Kampong Improvement Project until now, Kotaku. In several years, the slum is not reduced at all, but more expands, twice bigger slums. Why? Because the program did not face the roots of the problems of the slums. It's not on the physical problems, like every national program is about how to retrofit the houses, renewal, and something like that. The main problem is the poverty. The economic condition is not fair in the city, so that's why the slums area becoming slums anymore after the national program of upgrading slums. So that's why we think about the idea how to compact all the program about building rusuns, about Rutilahu, perbaikan rumah tidak layak huni, about all the subsidized program at the city, how to improve the economic condition of the people. Because when the kampung is built, and still the land is owned by the residents, they can have more challenge to grow their economic conditions, and the city have more housings in the city centers. The compact city will reduce the carbon emissions more. We need only one pilot project, I think, that will benefit to the residents. The residents can share the idea that I get a lot of benefits. Stay here, we'll build the kampungs, we have more economic conditions, and the story will give more opportunity to another kampung, another space, will give their lands to be built. I think government needs to think not only cooperate with the developers, but also cooperate with the community in the kampungs. That how to build something with people money from APBN to give the benefit to the residents, to the low income people, not for the developers. Thank you. Not only, I think, not only, but yeah, developers is okay, but not only for developers, but also for the low income people.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yusing. Maybe Pak Yanwar have an insight about the micro housing regarding the behavioral changes in the house.
Yeah, we have several focus now on. Number one is how to make the building more sustainable, and then we make the micro housing design more proper. And that is the focus is on how to contribute the positive the surrounding, incenting biodiversity, improving air and water quality, and fostering social well-being. Because our project mostly still work on the private land and the private company.
Thank you, Pak Sumedi mungkin bisa menjawab. Bu Fitria, do you have any insight about these topics? I see that. Maybe this is time's up. Oh, I think this is getting a little warmer, but this time is up. So yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe we can discuss further in the room and in the networking coffee break, I think. But in terms of these topics, I see that. We see that the approach of the symposium is we come up with the sense of purpose and commitment to making the positive impact on the way we build and inhabit, and to sustain our cities and communities. And I see that from the Bu Fitria, Pak Yusing, and Pak Yanwar, we have in every scales of the development that come up with the contribution for the environment and the nature. And also we see that the paradigm change in Indonesia has to be taken, learn from other cities. The three speakers has mentioned about the lesson learned from other cities, that the development in Indonesia has to be more, we have to think about the development that come with the new paradigm, not just a horizontal development, but this is a compact and smart development in this larger and the small scale. And thank you for Pak Yusing, Bu Fitri, and Pak Yanwar for having this conversation and the insightful topics this morning. And also I will have to express my gratitude to all of you here to have an excellent discussion today. And thank you for the committee, Bu Beta, and all the panitia for sharing this symposium and preparing this symposium. It's very great event. So I'm going to close this session, the first session in the morning, and I'll give it to you back to the master of the ceremony. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and have a coffee break. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Keynote Season 1. What an insightful discussions. Let's give a round of applause once again for the amazing panelists.
To show our appreciation, we'd like to present each speaker and the moderator with a special plaque. So, ladies and gentlemen, you may just stay here, right where you are. And Ibu Dr. Diah Cahyani, the Secretary of Architecture Study Program of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, will be the one who give the plaque to the speakers.
We invite Ibu Dr. Diah Cahyani to come to the stage and hand the plaques to the speakers.
Okay, first of all, into the first speaker, Ibu Fitriani. Yeah. Please stay right there first. We're going to take a photo for a moment, Ibu.
We can take a photo together with Ibu. Yeah.
We're going to take a photo for a moment. Okay. Okay, right, smile. 1, 2, 3, okay. Yeah. All right, thank you. The next is for Bapak Yusing.
Bapak Yusing.
Pause for a moment. We're going to take a photo. Okay, the next is for Bapak Yanuar. Last but not least for Bapak Adrianto. Okay, now we're going to take a photo with all of the speakers together with Ibu Dr. Diah Cahyani for a moment. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you so much to Ibu Fitriani, Bapak Yusing, Bapak Yanuar, and Bapak Adrianto, and Ibu Diah Cahyani. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to move on into the keynote session 2. But for now, you may we can do this while. Feel free to grab a coffee break while we enter the keynote session 2. So you may enjoy some light coffee or light snack just outside of the ballroom. Thank you.
Building upon the inspiring insight shared by our expert practitioners in the previous season, we now shift gears to explore the theoretical underpinnings that shape the future of architecture. Welcome to Keynote Season 2 Architecture Research Best Practice.
Distinguished guests, fellow architecture enthusiasts, and all the participants, prepare to engage with leading researchers as they delve into the cutting edge of architectural inventions.
We have here with us Professor Bojihi from Chongqing University, Bapak Profesor Yandi Adri from Universitas Indonesia, and Ibu Profesor Paramita from Interiority Journal as the panelists.
And to guide us through these exciting discussions, we are honored to have Bapak Dr. Nur Fajri Al-Fatah as our moderator. Okay, here we have the profile of Bapak Dr. Muhammad Nur Fajri Al-Fatah from the Ministry of Public Works and Housing, the Republic of Indonesia. His educational background started in Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta, with a Bachelor of Engineering majoring in energy conservation. He then continued his study in Housing and Built Environment from Institut Teknologi 10 November, Surabaya, and then he got his PhD in Building and Urban Environment Science from Hiroshima University, Japan. His area of focus involves energy conservation in building, with a main focus of thermal comfort and passive cooling.
Okay, to Bapak Dr. Engineer Nur Fajri Al-Fatah, please take the stage and guide us through the enriching season.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving opportunity to me to chair this session. So good morning everyone. So I hope you enjoy this symposium, but unfortunately maybe some of you already went out to take some break. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, so in this session I will chair very interesting issues actually, yeah. I hope concerning about the research. Yeah, this is very interesting, and how downstreaming the research into practice, either it is commercial products or probably regulation, right? So as you may know, now we are facing the severe climate change, as previously Vice President of UPI mentioned, that we have very uncommon climate situation, and that most probably, likely, and influenced by our energy consumption, due to the huge energy consumption. Yeah, before I'm going to this stage, actually I did the small research, Bu Beta. Yeah, I surveyed 3 persons, and I asked his response to this indoor thermal environment. What do you think about this thermal environment? 3 of them said it's very cold. It's cold. If we use PMV scale from the ASRE, so maybe -3, very cold, right? So as you see, I'm now dressing like a tropical people with the short sleeve, like clothing. So because my body actually already acclimatized with the tropical climate. So in this condition, I believe that most of you will feel cold. And as the consequences, the energy consumption will be higher in this room for the cooling. So I believe that there are so many research about the building concerning the energy consumption and energy conservation. And now in this session we have 3 prominent professors, 3 distinguished professors from China, from Chongqing University, Professor Bao Jie. I'm sorry if my pronunciation is incorrect. I don't know how to spell Professor Bao Jie. And the second, Professor Yudi Adri from Universitas Indonesia, and the last is Professor Paramita from, I believe also from Universitas Indonesia, from Interiority Journal. So, I would like to invite first Professor Bauji to come to the stage, please. And in the meantime, I will read his resume. Can I? Okay. Professor Bauji is, sorry. Yeah. As you can see, education background is from the PhD from the University of New South Wales. Please, Professor Bauji, you can have a seat. from the University of New South Wales in Australia actually, yeah. And from the Master and Bachelor from the Qingdao University of Technology, School of Civil Engineering, and the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology, School of Environment and Architecture for his master degree. His expertise in urban ventilation and cooling, heat island mitigation strategies, and net zero carbon buildings. Please. So I also would like to invite, so probably different from the previous session, so I will invite all the speakers to have a seat in, yeah, please have a seat in this chair. I'd like to invite Professor Yandi Adri as well from Universitas Indonesia, and also Professor Paramita from Universitas Indonesia. Yeah, Professor Yandi has obtained his PhD degree from the School of Architecture, University of Sheffield, from United Kingdom, and his bachelor from Architecture of Universitas Indonesia, and also his master from University of Sheffield as his PhD. His area of focus, his expertise covered in developing research-based design, evidence-based design, and also the various design approaches that are rooted on the society, everyday life, and community participation. Meanwhile, Professor Paramita, also from Universitas Indonesia, graduated his bachelor degree from Department of Architecture of Universitas Indonesia, Bu Paramita, and his master and her PhD obtained from the University of the Sheffield, same as Professor Yandi. Professor Paramita has expertise in interior and the user, and also, of course, educational in architecture. So for the first opportunity, I'd like to give to Professor Boji to deliver his speech, but towards heat resilient cities and community needs, techniques, strategies, and action. So I'm sorry you have 15 minutes. I will remind you 2 minutes before. Time is yours, Professor Boji. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for your introduction. And it's my great honor to be here. And thank you so much for the organizing committee, especially BETA, and to hold this symposium. So today is my honor to share my talk on the heat-resilient cities and communities. And first is the background. We are trying to address the urban heat challenge. Urban heat challenge. One of the backgrounds is the climate change in the extreme heat. As we know, there have been many extreme heat events in the world. 20 years ago, in 2003, in Europe, and also in 2022, and we have another one in West Europe causing significant disease. And also last year in South Asia or Southeast Asia, and the hottest April in the history. So this and the extreme heat has a significant environmental, social, economic, and health consequences. Yeah. Another challenge is the heat island. I believe many people have known this, and the heat island effect caused by the reduction of the urban greening and the urban water features, and the increase of the buildings and the roads, and using the concrete and the asphalt and the cement. These materials has the property of high heat absorption and heat storage, and causing the increase of the surface temperature. And also the release of this heat from the buildings, from the cars. And another thing is with the increase of the building height and the building density in cities, we can see the reduction of the wind speed, and this causes the like the reduction of the wind heat and also excise heat dissipation. So we cause the urban heat the associated effect of the like the extreme heat in the heat island effect, and we try to address this. And before this, we have to highlight two facts. The first one is extreme heat is more than only meteorological problem. It's also an environmental problem, and also is related to social, economic, health, and the policy issues. And when we try to address the urban heat, and one thing we have to think about is how to integrate the urban heat mitigation and adaptation interventions into planning, design, construction management, and management processes. So based on this, we develop a framework to counterbalance the urban heat challenge. First of all, and what kind of goal we want to set, and we want to integrate to add the heat interventions into the urban planning and the urban design and the urban construction and the management processes, and to increase the city's resilience to the heat and the goal, and to meet the basic requirements of thermal comfort, thermal safety, and also the thermal resilience. And the right image shows provides us a framework in how to do. And first of all, and we want to develop many techniques and technologies on the preparation, mitigation, adaptation, and the recovery, and so on. But this should be supported by the policy formulation, economic investment, and also the social participation. This is important to enhance and to enable the institutional change. And also we try to unleash the co-benefits of many other sustainable initiatives for many cities are running. So like the green building, low carbon eco-city, sponge city, and the water sensitive urban design, and so on. So we try to use these co-benefits. And for us, and what kind of strategies and technologies we have to develop? We call it heat resilient infrastructure development. And what is it? It's particularly expected to increase the heat preparation and during the heat waves or the urban heat events, we can withstand and respond to and to recover from the heat-related impacts after the heat challenge. So, and also the right image shows us the structure of the heat resilient infrastructure. It consists of the structural meters and the non-structural meters. For the structural meters, it includes the hard infrastructure and the soft ones, and also to enhance the monitoring, warning, mitigation, adapting, and the adaptation capacity based on the current we can integrate different strategies and the hard surface and using the cool materials what better is doing, and also the green and blue infrastructure in to increase the ventilation performance, and also to enhance the monitoring and the warning and the assessment and the warning capacity, and so on. For the non-structural mirrors, we would like to enable for the public and for the government to change their minds and to increase their awareness, to increase their knowledge on the urban heat, and to generate some guides and to formulate the guidelines and also the company operational and the personal behavior change, and so on. So, and how to practically integrate the urban planning and the cooling interventions into planning and the design, and we develop decentralizable tools and try to enhance the transformation from the urban climate sciences to the planning and the design practices. And so, this image roughly shows us, if we have one project, what we can do and how to do. And first of all, we try to analyze the urban context and to analysis and to estimate and to map the heat-related impacts, especially the time and the impacts and to people and so on. Here on the heat-related impacts, we highlight the time duration, not only, and we can map the heat maps at one time, 8 p.m., 10 or 8 a.m., 10 a.m., or 2 p.m., and so on. Because when people are working or walking outside, when they injure 10 minutes or 20 minutes of heat, their body cannot tolerate the heat. So we highlight the spatial temporal characteristics of urban heat. Based on this we can identify the hotspots and the major challenge and like the major impacts challenge and the time and so on and so on. So next one is the image we try to select the combination of different strategies primarily, and this this can first tell the urban planners, designer which kind of strategies they can use. Yeah. Based on this, we try to run the simulation to do the estimation of the performance and to tell people to see which one is good, which combination is the best. If we can generate the best combination, we can integrate this combination, these strategies tailoring the urban context and so on, and into the planning document, and to generate the suggestions, like what we show on the right corner. Yeah. Based on this, one thing we have to say, mitigation strategies and technologies cannot address all things, because when we suffering the extreme heat, the temperature runs very high and we cannot reduce temperature to the normal condition. So the adaptation strategies have to be used. So based on this, we would like to develop the descentable tools to tell people and the workable routes and the workable hours and the time and so on, and to tell planners, designers how to refine the city and the urban infrastructure for the daily functioning and so on. And for the descentable, for the DST, there are 9 components according to the image. The first one is characterize the urban context, and then to analyze the challenges and the risks, and to cite the goals and targets. In the right corner, in the right side, we can see the techniques. In the first, the mitigation checklist and the adaptation strategies, and also the co-benefits of the sustainable initiatives. Based on this, we try to analyze the feasibility and the suitability of these strategies and their combination. And then we try to estimate the performance outcomes. And if they are good, we try to cite the planning, design, and management plans or schemes for implementation. And this, based on this, we call it Urban Heat Management Plan, and to connect from the science to technologies and to management to implementation. So this page demonstration a case of the DST for the mitigation. For urban planners, designers, and the governors or the managers, they just select based on right side different kind of the combination. In the middle, we can show the performance and to conduct some analysis on the thermal comfort improvements like the PET or UTCI, and the energy saving improvement, and also the water saving potential and so on. And if a urban planner or designer or manager do not have any knowledge on the urban heat islands, so how to do? What they can do? And we try to generate optimal cooling performance, and based on this framework, and so one of my colleagues is doing on this. And based on this, the planners, designers, and the managers can just tell the basic information of the project, and we can extract the planning and design variables, and to connect the planning, the mitigation and the adaptation, and their performance and the feasibility, suitability, and so on, and we can generate different kinds of combination for mitigation and adaptation. And then what I'm doing is the urban heat adaptation, and to tell people what to do and how to do, and where to go and when to do and how to do, and all these things during the extreme heat. And we, based on data collection, to run the simulation to predict the forecast, the heat challenges, and to do the post-processing on the urban heat challenge based on PET, MRT, and so on, and to store this like the hate-related suggestion for mitigation and adaptation on the platform. People can use their like the website or platform to retrieve to see what kind of suggestion or the combinations for adaptation. So and we have one case for the walkable roads identification in daily life. And so why? So for the walkable roads, because this the walking is the most common activity people are doing outside. So based on this, and we can see this image, and based on like the climate condition and also the development patterns, the open context, and also the population characteristics, and also some comfort and health and the safety threshold. Based on this, we try to analyze the challenges of this area, that we generate different kinds of suggestions for mitigation and adaptation. Like for the adaptation, one of this is like for the roads and the walkability identification. Yeah. And for this graph, we show if people would like to walk from point A to point B, there are two routes, or there are many routes, but which one is the best? We need quantitative results, and so we try to quantify this, and if from this A to B. For this demo, we have 6 routes, but which one is the best? So we try to analysis to run simulation and to include some threshold to analysis to compare which one is the best. So we can, and also we find that the first road have the lowest cumulative heat stress. So another one is we try to integrate our research findings into the 15-minute city design. So there are 12 neighborhoods in this 15-minute city, and we try to analyze the cumulative heat stress of each neighborhood when people walk from the main gate of the precinct or their neighborhood to about 1 kilometer in like 15 minutes. So based on this, we analyze the 12 the heat stress of the 12 precincts. And based on this, we use the population density and to try to average the heat stress. The green area is the lowest, and the purple is the highest accumulated. Yeah. So we can see we can refine the public infrastructure for daily functioning into the green area to reduce the heat stress. And for the purple area, we can include some infrastructure for adaptation, like the water tipping station and also the cooling center or the sheltering area.
One minute, please.
Yeah. So based on this, we can break the heat stress. And for another one is based on our Chongqing University campus in the heat-resilient education precinct. We tell people and what to do, and for preparation, mitigation, adaptation, and also how to set the different guidelines and the documents, and to do the post-assessment and so on. Yeah, this image shows the heat stress at a different time, and the different walkable roads at different time, and so on. So currently, we are also trying to research thermal usability of the thermal environment based on the walkability, readability, accessibility, and even the entertainment ability and the accessibility and so on, based on the same pattern but a different threshold. Yeah, that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bauji. I'm sorry we have mid-time, so okay. Very interesting and very intriguing presentation. So for saving more time, so please for the second occasion, please welcome to Professor Yandi. He will give a speech entitled Architecture for Community, Promoting Resilience and Sustainability. 15 minutes, Prof. Yandi, and I will remind you 2 minutes before ended. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here to share my perspective on sustainable architecture and community. In this presentation, I would like to address the idea of creating architecture for a community as an attempt to promote resilience and sustainability. I will address the critical agenda to promote design approach to respond to the current challenge within the society. Most of my presentation will be based on our works in Architecture Design Lab at Universitas Indonesia. I would like to begin by inviting everybody to rethink about our practice of architecture. Our architecture is now facing the challenge to be more relevant and responsive to the context. I believe that the fundamental question to ask is about what is the purpose. Okay. Sorry. I would like to begin by inviting everyone to rethink about our practice of architecture. Our architecture is now facing the challenge to be more relevant and responsive to the context. I believe that the fundamental question to us is about what is the purpose of our architecture. Our design innovation and creativity needs to reflect the right purpose of architecture. When architecture is developed for the community, there is also another question on how can we situate architecture within the community. In this presentation, I will highlight the idea of appropriate architecture for the community. I choose the term appropriate here rather than good, excellent, or sustainable, because I believe that architecture must be appropriately situated in its context. The main challenge in design practice is how to respond appropriately to the context and situation. Architecture becomes meaningful when it can offer benefits to society. I would like to propose 3 approaches to create appropriate architecture for the community: enhancing local values and culture, celebrating local aesthetic, and building resilience. The following slide will illustrate how these 3 approaches can be achieved. First, architecture can play an important role in the enhancing local values and culture. Architecture can reflect the community values and culture through the process of community engagement. This project consists of a series of communal spaces that we built in several villages in Central Java and West Java, and the project got Holcim Award Asia Pacific for promoting architecture as the medium for educating the community. In this project, the making of architecture is the process that involves the whole community, where they can learn about their own strengths, local resource, and culture values. Architecture becomes the medium for community participation in rebuilding the collective culture of gotong royong and in improvement their building skills. The project enables the community to develop architecture with unique form, materials, and techniques depending on local needs and local resources. The project also demonstrates the idea of open program. The space can be used for various functions depending on the needs of each community. It can be a library, community gathering space, learning space for various ages group, and also the others. The project reflects an architecture that's not predefined but open for dynamic transformation over time. The project becomes a medium for the community to build their vision toward a better future. The approach to enhance local values and culture require our ability to understand the deep structure of the context. Understanding of everyday life and existing resources become the basis for developing appropriate design strategies. The projects become a medium for the resilience and sustainability of the community and the locality. To illustrate the second point, celebrating local aesthetic, I would like to bring a statement in Japanese culture, meaning memperindah keindahan dunia, or beautifying the beauty of the world. These statements teach us that the world is already beautiful. What we should do is enhance the existing beauty rather than add other elements that disrupt the beauty. I believe we need to celebrate local aesthetic by working with the existing and understanding what is already there. The design should be based on the existing resources, utilizing existing environmental elements and celebrating local potential. This approach has the potential to promote resilience of locality. It reminds us to pay attention on the existing context. It also promotes the design approach that celebrates the beauty of existing rather than developing a standalone aesthetic. In 2017, our research group at Universitas Indonesia had an opportunity to conduct research and exhibition with the title Tanahku Indonesia. This project demonstrates the attempt to celebrate localities by exploring the potential of material originated from the earth. We investigate local practice of transforming earth-based material into architecture in different parts of Indonesia. We travel to many places to collect samples of material. We observe the production process, to have dialogues with the makers and to understand the making of the local aesthetic in each place. We investigate the wide range of material and how their uniqueness could highlight local value. Various kinds of materials are traditionally produced in different parts of Indonesia with unique properties, colors, and texture. Every step of material processing gives unique characteristics to the materials. The exhibition became an opportunity for us to reflect on the richness of Indonesia earth that contribute to the qualities of architectural design. It also celebrates the relationship between architecture and its social, cultural, and environmental context. An important message of our exhibition was the resilience of local, traditional material production in facing the challenge of modern industrial standards. The exhibition Tanahku Indonesia became a medium for a dialogue among the earth, locality, society, and material practice in architecture. It highlights further how the richness of culture and tradition can become the basis for local aesthetic. The third approach, building resilience, will be demonstrated by our project to respond to the earthquake disaster that we have done since 2018. Over the years, we have been working on initiative for reconstruction of school and other public facilities after earthquakes in Lombok, Sumbawa, Palu, Sigi, and recently in Cianjur, West Java. The initiative began after the Lombok earthquake, which had destroyed thousands of houses and public facilities, causing deaths, injuries, and loss to many people. Similar situation was also found in earthquakes in central Sulawesi, with tsunami and liquefaction, and later in Cianjur. The disaster had large effect on the children. Their schools are damaged badly and they cannot have place for learning. In reality, for some time after the earthquake, many children were still learning in the temporary or makeshift facilities that are far from the adequate. We see this situation as a call for design discipline to think what we can do to respond to the urgent need of these children. We developed the initiative Sekolah Indonesia Cepat Tanggap as innovative design solution to this situation. Since 2018, we have completed the construction of 13 schools in Lombok, Sumbawa, Palu, Sigi, and Cianjur. These projects were done in collaboration with the local communities and the involvement of students during the process. In Cianjur, in addition to the reconstruction of 5 schools, We also built 6 musola as public religious facilities and a community center. For the school reconstruction project, we developed a modular system consisting of various units that can accommodate the different needs of each school. The unit can be composed through a plug-and-play system that creates flexible design to adapt to different contexts. It open for various scenarios that may change from time to time. The quick construction was achieved without compromising the durability. The school can be completed within a few weeks with the permanent quality that offer a better environment for the children. The variation of the units and the plug-and-play approach allow this system to be implemented in different contexts. It could respond to different sites and adapt to the various surrounding environments. The configuration creates open spaces between the buildings, cross-ventilation, shading, and natural lights which create a comfortable classroom environment. The design promotes various kinds of learning experience by providing classroom interior with a flexible layout. The project promotes the sense of belonging of the school community by involving them during the process. It became a way to enhance the positive spirit of the community to recover from their loss after disaster. The school community voluntarily participate during the finishing process by working on the school landscape and creating artwork for display. Sekolah Indonesia Cepat Tanggap is an initiative to build back better. The rebuilding process not only restore the original condition, but become an opportunity to provide a better quality of environment for the children. The rebuilding of the school is the rebuilding of hope for the children. For musola, the reconstruction follows a similar modular design method that can be constructed in a very short time. The musola reconstruction is important for the community as a medium for strengthening their belief in facing the disaster. The musola is built with a simple construction technique that could be implemented by the community with a limited budget without compromising the quality. The musola was built not only for praying, but also for the community learning and other collective activities. It became an important place where the community built their strengths and resilience toward the disaster. In Cianjur, we also developed a reconstruction of a community center to accommodate various community activities. The design of a flexible layout with the adaptive boundaries that create a flexible space configuration and flexible inside-out relationship. With this flexible design, the space can accommodate various activities as a medical center, as a learning space and library, as community meeting places, as musola and other collective activities. All our project in disaster location demonstrate the meaningful role of architecture for the community. It shows how appropriate design approach can be respond strategically to the community needs. By working together with the community and understanding the correct approach, architecture can become the medium to promote resilience and stability. I hope that this short presentation could bring awareness to the meaning and purpose of architecture, enhancing local research and culture for the benefit for our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yandi. Please applause for Prof. Yandi. So yeah, precisely 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Very punctual. So yeah, very interesting, and probably we can elaborate further in the Q&A discussion, Prof. Yandi. So I'd like to invite the last, but I believe this is also important speech from Bu Mita, Prof. Mita. She will deliver a speech about investigating architecture and urban environment from micro perspective. As before, Bu Mita, 15 minutes for presentation, and I will remind you 2 minutes before ended. Thank you.
Okay, good morning to all the audience. I'm Paramita, I'm from the same institution with Prof. Yandi, and actually many of the works that he presents and I present are the works that we do together. So I would like to thank you, of course, for the opportunity to participate in this conference, to share my research experience. Different from the previous presentations, probably I will speak mainly from the area of human behavior and understanding about the way people use, adapt, and transform their environment towards sustainability and resilience. I will take some cases from my experience of doing research with my research cluster at Universitas Indonesia, and also from my experience as a chief editor for Interiority, an international journal published by Universitas Indonesia. My interest in developing research approach from micro perspective was triggered by awareness on the need for us, the researchers, to establish appropriate research to address the challenge of sustainability and resilience. This challenge is explicitly stated in Sustainable Development Goals, especially number 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, which is also the main agenda of this conference, with the goal to make cities and human settlements safe, resilient, and sustainable. I think it is important that our research could support the attempts towards sustainability and resilience, and I believe that this could be investigated at various scales of environment. In this opportunity, I would like to propose the micro perspective as an approach to investigate our built environment. Very often, we divide our environment into various scales, from micro scale of intimate space and interior, to the medium scale of architecture, and then to the macro scale of urban environment. Research on micro scale tend to be very specific and detailed, while research on macro scale tend to be very general and global. However, in our research, we try not to be limited to such distinction because we believe that any scales of environment can be investigated from micro perspective by looking into the details of spatial setting and spatial practice. We believe that the micro perspective has the potential to reveal hidden strategies and tactics of the society for adaptation, appropriation, toward resilience and sustainability, which I will show to you later in some examples later. I would also like to share some insights from my experience as a chief editor of Interiority Journal. So this journal is published by our institution, Universitas Indonesia, and currently indexed in Scopus and Simago Journal rank for Q1 for Architecture, Arts and Humanities, and Cultural Studies. This journal was established as an academic platform for the discourse on interiority in various design-related disciplines. Although the name reflects the focus on interior, in fact, the journal contains a collection of research of built environment from various scales, from the body, objects, interior, architecture to urban. Throughout my work as a chief editor, I found it very interesting to see how researchers from various parts of the world try to investigate various scales of environment by using intimate and detailed approach. The possibilities to conduct research from micro perspective is reflected in our latest edition of the journal with the main theme interiority across the scales. The articles in this edition try to examine the possible relationship between the large and the small, between the macro and the macro and micro, between the landscape and the details, and between the urban and the domestic. Learning from my experience in editing this issue, I found that the approach to move across the scales, from macro to micro, then back again, may reveal potential strategies to produce a more relational and contextual built environment. Then eventually this approach has the potential to develop our understanding of the society practice and how they attempt to achieve sustainability and resilience in everyday life. Now I would like to share some examples of research from micro perspective that we have conducted at Architectural Design Lab at Universitas Indonesia. Over the years, we have conducted research from micro perspective. We are particularly interested to study domestic spatial setting as an intimate scale of environment where the inhabitation occurs, although we also study urban setting by focusing on the micro aspect of urban environment. Many of our research focus on the everyday mundane behavior that looks simple, but actually contain important strategies and tactics. We also investigate architecture and urban environment by looking into the details of body act and movement and the details of object arrangement and performance. Next, I would present some example of this research which have been published in various international journals and book chapters. The first study was conducted during COVID-19 pandemic. It highlights the importance of domestic setting during pandemic. This research is published in Housing and Society Journal in 2020. What we did in this study is that we are interested to map the flow of food in domestic setting, how each household developed the strategy in receiving, sorting, cleaning, storing, and processing the food during the period of restriction. The micro-investigation was conducted to identify the flow and process of each type of food in different houses and to identify a variety of strategies to manage the domestic food arrangement. By studying the detail of activities, we can understand how the domestic space transformed to respond to the change of activities. We can see the change of practice, the adaptation of space, and the additional elements that emerge in the process as the form of domestic resilience during the pandemic. In another study, also conducted during COVID pandemic, we mapped the neighborhood strategies of food co-production. This study was published in International Journal of Technology. The analysis was based on the Twitter data that reflect what happens in the society. The data from the social media can show the elements and actions that are important as the resilience strategies of the community. Another micro-investigation was conducted to reveal the domestic spatial practice in traditional contexts. This study looks into the practice of fish curing in Central Java as a traditional food production that is becoming rare. So in this context, people do the smoking of the fish inside the domestic environment. In this study, we did a micro-analysis on the relationship between smoke, space, tools, the behavior, and the activities. The analysis illustrates the spatial strategies of the inhabitants in negotiating the food production activities within their domestic living, and it has been published in Home Cultures Journal. So maybe you can see here that in most of our studies we try to develop a very thorough analysis, very details, and create some diagrams to show those relationships. This is another research that actually this is one of our favorite. Because in this research, we try to see the intimate experience of human body and sense within the urban environment. In this study, which is published in Science and Society Journal, we studied the occurrence of sneezing, or in Indonesia, bersin, as an indicator of how human body respond to the quality of the environment. So we create a neighborhood map, not based on the standard indicators of quality, like usually happen in any other study, but we try to map the situation based on the subjective experience of sneezing. So you can see there that this house with the large achu is the place where the sneezing is very intensive, while the other may be less intensive and so on, and it all demonstrates the environmental quality. So we found in this study that it is interesting to see how the urban environmental quality could be investigated beyond the standard environmental indicator. And this is another work on urban environment that has been published as a chapter in the book Interior Urbanism Theory Reader. So Prof. Yandi and I were invited to contribute to this book that addressed the issues of urbanism, but from interior perspective. So we studied the macro scale from the micro perspective. Our chapter proposed the idea of domestic interior, where we see that the whole neighborhood could be seen as a large domestic setting. So by studying urban environment from interiority perspective, we could see the urban spatial inhabitation in a more intimate and meaningful way. And the last project I would like to present here is another study of urban setting from interior perspective. We did this together with our doctoral student, Arnis Maharani from University Ponorogo. We study urban kampung spatial practice in Bustaman, Semarang, known as a kampung producing lamb sate and kari. So maybe if you are familiar with Sate Bustaman or Kari Bustaman, this is the location of the kampung that we study in this research. The study mainly attempts to map the urban practice. However, we focus on the micro-inquiry of the setting, which result in the articles published in two prominent journals on urban studies. One is in Journal of Architecture and Urbanism, and another one is in Urban Design International. We did the microanalysis on how each part of the neighborhood space is arranged to create inside-outside spatial relationship for everyday food production activities. So we map every single part of the neighborhood, and then we see how the arrangement in a micro way could reveal the strategies that is performed by the inhabitants in managing their space. We also did further analysis by looking into the objects in the setting, how they are arranged, moved, and transformed to support the activities. So we study each piece of ember, panci, wajan, and everything. We found that the microanalysis could contribute to the understanding of how the community established their resilience in responding to the challenge of maintaining the practice within the limited available space. From our experience in doing this research, and of course there are still many others that we have done, we could conclude that the micro perspective can offer contribution to our understanding of the community's spatial practice. The micro inquiry has the potential, first, to reveal the hidden practice, second, to reveal the details of spatial operation and performance conducted by the society, and the last one, to reveal the strategies and tactics of spatial adaptation and appropriation. Revealing this aspect become very important step for understanding how the community navigate within the space to enhance resilience and sustainability and to deal with the current challenge. And eventually, the micro-inquiry also opens many possibilities to establish alternative design intervention and development that are more relevant and responsive to the condition of the society. So every time we try to develop any intervention or any design, any approach for the society toward improving the sustainability, we need to remember that there are many aspects that we need to study in details to see how actually the society performs, to see actually how the space performs, and then from there we can see what is the best approach, or using the term from Prof. Yandi, what is the most appropriate approach that we could apply to the society. So that's all my sharing today. I hope it is useful for everybody, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mita. So, yeah, okay, please. Yeah, we have 3 speakers here, and all of them deliver such very intriguing and also very insightful speech. From Professor Bauje, he very much deliver about decision tools that may be, I believe, very useful for to determine what kind of the strategies of adaptation, also mitigation, in order to tackle down the urban heat island. And he gives so many examples of very nice simulation. And also from Prof. Yandi, he proposed 3 how to say, like enhancing the approach, enhancing local values and also celebrating local aesthetics and also building resilience. And also from Prof. Mita, it's very interesting to speak about the micro perspective to reveal something hidden, hidden practice, to reveal the strategies, and also in the end of the strategies, we expect that some of the alternative design of the or intervention of the design can be obtained by the micro perspective. Nevertheless, we still have more than 30 minutes for Q&A session. So for the first terms, I will invite probably 3 participants to give comment or ask questions for our speakers. Okay, the gentleman from the from that side. 1. I will invite 2. Okay. Okay. Dr. Bipin, you like to ask? Okay. Any other? Okay. So, Bapak over there, please state your name and
Yeah, my name is Sumiti Andanamulyo from Papenas.
Okay, thank you.
My question is for Professor He. we know that China is success in transforming into a modern country. So my question is, how to balancing between traditional cultural housing and also keeping for modernization? So this is my first question. The second question is, what is the bottleneck for adopting resilient and sustainable infrastructure? The third question is related to enforcement. How the national China government adopting resilient and sustainable infrastructure? It is by awareness, community awareness, and also from the private support, or by enforcement, by giving incentive. So this is my question for Professor He, and for other participant speaker, Bu Mita, Pak Yandi. Bapenas with OECD now is conducting collaboration for adopting resilient and sustainable infrastructure. There are at least three requirements. The first one is mainstreaming resilient and sustainable infrastructure to the line ministry, to the local government, and also to community. How to change the mindset to be more support to resilient and sustainable infrastructure. The second requirement is capacity building for the local government, the land ministry, and also with the university, how to change the curriculum to be more friendly with sustainable and also resilient infrastructure. The third requirement is how to promote knowledge management in terms of knowledge sharing from university to the private, to the local community, and to the local government regarding resilient and sustainable infrastructure. So at least three requirements that we have to adopt resilient and sustainable infrastructure. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bapak. Okay, the next, we will gather all the questions and then you will answer the question after all the questions. The next question, please. Okay.
I think I'm going to start. First of all, really happy to listen to both of you, Paramita and Andre. Sorry for the pronunciation. But one thing I wanted to know is, because we are talking also in the US a lot about resiliency and energy efficiency, because sometimes they're contradicting each other, and what happens is we are trying to find solutions so that we can obtain resiliency as well as energy efficiency. And I really like the micro, part of analysis of a house, because something that I'm also going to talk about is, and it is localization of the requirements. So, and to understand the science of all the parameters that you are trying to think about, micro conditions. Like example is, one of the things I'm talking is, if a human being is inside a house, what are the factors that is affecting it? Is the temperature of the walls affecting the, the comfort of the humans? Because that's the first reaction that you're going to see from person to increase either need for air conditioning, or how do you do the humidity control and everything. To you, one more question is, how do you blend the old technology, which has a lot of important, teachings for us to do, and the newer technology to address the barriers that we are finding in it, right, kind of stuff. So those are the two important things that I would like to know, localized, not global. People come and give us advice, but it is not sometimes adaptable to the local requirement. So it's very important. And then how do you teach to deployment? How do you teach your own architecture people these lessons so that they can implement in the field? Because I think there is a gap there. So that's...
I guess both of you is already long enough. I don't have time, right?
You still have time.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Baujihe, Pak Yandi dan Bu Mita. I just wondering about the sustainability after your work to the local community. How three of you, how the people, how the community can adopt all the very complicated things, and then after you leave the project, is it still okay, or still you need to go there every 3 months or every day, perhaps? So just wondering about the sustainability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have one question for Professor Bauji, and also maybe many for Prof. Yandi and Prof. Mita, because I believe they are so interested in your works, Prof. Yandi and also Prof. Mita. So for Prof. Bauji, so yeah, from the first questions, basically how the Chinese maintain the balance between the traditional and the modern. As you may know that China now is succeeding in modernize its country, but in the meantime still able to maintain the traditional housing value and so on and so forth. That is the number one, and the number two is the bottlenecking in the development of the sustainable development in China. So, and what is the strategies basically, if I'm not mistaken, about the how to maintain the growing sustainable development in China? Whether it's like the enforcement, strict enforcement from the government, or maybe some incentive or something like that. Okay, please, you have one question, and that's one question, but two questions actually from one person. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your question. And for the first one, to balance the traditional and the modern buildings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, for China, we have a rapid urbanization in the past 30 years. And for cities, we have a lot of modern buildings, and especially for Chongqing, the city I come from. So, and it's a mountainous city, and there are very few and flat terrain for buildings. So, for in that areas with the buildings, we have very tall and compact and tall buildings to hold about 20 million population in around in a city. So the traditional, and for me, I think, and currently is to think about how to integrate the traditional elements into the modern buildings. This is a kind of preservation, and especially for the modern cities. Yeah, and otherwise we try to see especially for the very large population, it's very difficult to maintain the very traditional houses and the traditional architecture, especially low rise. Yeah, this is the first one. Yeah, for the second one, for the sustainable development, and it's very broad concept. And in the past 10 years, we have changed over the urban development patterns from the previously the original development oriented, and we have a lot of constructions and buildings. But in these 10 years, especially the construction and the speed is decreasing. And even this year, and the government just enforced a requirement that we do not, the companies, design companies, and also the governments are not allowed, local governments are not allowed to build new public buildings. Especially we have a very large, like the building areas and the large building sizes, across China. So this is the one for the building and the construction sector. This is a very large transformation. For others, for the environmental performance associated with the urban development, like the urban flooding and the urban extreme heat. In the past 10 years, we have invested large fundings into the smart city. Even every city, very large metropolitan, the small cities, and everywhere, and like the local government, the construction department, and they are launching the smart city in the past 10 years. It's a top-to-down work from the central government to the local government. And currently, and for the urban heat, in 2020, when I came back to China, and very few projects on the urban heat. And all in one, we collaborated with the UNEP and in Guangzhou, Cool City project. This is a very famous one. And why we do the Guangzhou government invested in this? Because they have collaborated with collaboration with UNEP and to demonstrate a serious strategies and the techniques for the tropical cities and the subtropical cities, especially for the South Asia cities. That's the original aim. But currently the central government, they try to see this problem of urban heat. And in 2020, and we released the climate change adaptation and the plan for the 2035 in the future 15 years. What we need to do, we encourage a serious fundamental and also the basic and the research projects for the urban heat mitigation and adaptation. We would like to have many kinds of tools, schemes, and plans. And in the future, in this, we want to narrow the gap between the research and also the practice. That's what I'm doing actually. So, and when I talk with the Chongqing government, what the government is thinking about? How to integrate your strategies and the research outcomes into the planning and design schemes. This is the challenge. Yeah. So in the past, especially for the urban climate, actually in the past 30 years all over the world, we can see, and especially and also in the past 10 years in China, the urban climate science research is booming. Yeah. So we would like the government would like to use our research camps, but cannot find a way. So actually, this is for the bottom to up approach in the the government would like to listen to us, but currently we cannot directly to achieve the transformation from the urban climate science to the design practices. So we for our cities actually, and these are two main challenges. One is urban flooding, another is urban heat. Yeah. So and currently the government and I want to see the environment like the sustainable environmental performance. Yeah. So that's my answer. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. So basically, sustainable development is very broad definition, right? But in terms of I'm sorry, just trying to emphasize with what your answers and probably maybe raise another question, but later on after Prof. Yandi and Prof. Mita answer the question. So, yeah, basically your research actually has been adopted by the government into their development plan, right? And then they implement your research, and then you implement your plan into the action by 2045 or something. And the second, when they implement then the plan, do the China government or maybe in the municipality level, do they have like a stick and carrot scheme for enforce it? Yeah.
And from 2020, when I came back to China, there are very few projects on the urban heat implementation. But by 2022, once the central government released that long-term plan, the local government, we have the One Belt One Road project, a high-speed train station in Chongqing and directly go to Europe. Then one, and very large, and they would like to include the urban heat mitigation and to improve the ecological development. So that's the one project. Another is the local government by the construction department. They want to do a renovation of the like the fifth mini city renovation, like for the commercial areas. They would like to improve the people's comfort when people walking around in the plaza or in the commercial areas, and to improve their feelings. Yeah. Yes, we have some projects with the government and the local industries. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we move to Prof. Yandi and Prof. Mita. So you have several, not to say many, about how to change the paradigm, the mindset, and then how to develop the curricula for the capacity building and how knowledge management from the university to the local government and so on. So what I think, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I think I will respond to all the three questions at the same time because they are very related to one another. Yeah. Okay.
The first question.
Yeah. The Pasumadi and also it can be answered at the same time. So from Pasumadi, of course, we are very interested to know more about the Bappenas initiative in trying to establish to mainstreaming the idea of resilient and sustainable infrastructure. Then I agree that the collaboration between the academia and the government and the society becomes very important here. And when you talk about the needs for shifting the curriculum, of course we realize that this kind of shifting is really necessary because one of the things that we try to do in our institution is try to bring the students or the course materials itself to be closer to what is happening in the grassroots, in what is really happening in the community, because we believe that whatever is defined at the level of the policy or the government, at the end of the day, it will be implemented in the below level, in the not to say below, in the society level, and that is related to the question, maybe the second and the third question that's just being asked. What you call localization of the requirement? Yeah, I think that is very important issue. And what we did in our research by looking into the micro perspective is actually try to see what is actually happening with the people. So what is, regardless of whatever aspect that we study, what is really happening if, for example, just take a simple example that we also had some research on that. We talk about the waste management and the importance of sorting waste into different kinds of stuff so that it can be recycled, reused, and so on. But in one of our study, we tried to see what is actually happening. What do people really do in their household? What happened is like, for example, you have plastic cups, and after buying something with drinks inside it, do you throw it away directly to the waste bin, or do you wash it first, clean it first? Because that will be very different. And then how do we arrange the kitchen, for example, so that it is easier for people to sort the waste food and the other type of food and so on. So that's just an example of some of our work also did in that area. So trying to see what is actually done by the society in their own space become very important. And I think the micro approach that I proposed here is very important because it is something that probably the society do automatically. They didn't realize that they do it automatically, but then by trying to uncover it, by trying to reveal it, then probably there is some new knowledge that we can learn. And then probably that might be something that need to be considered in the development of the design or the policy. Yeah. So actually the approach, the micro approach is really against the global policy or the general standard because we believe that at the level of the society, there is something that is very specific that is happening in each places, and I think that is really important for us to research and to study about it. Yeah, yeah. I think that's some of the response that I can.
Have you already answered some question? Right? She is my wife anyway, so we work together all the time. Yes, some question is very difficult question. It's very deep question for me. But one thing is for sure that what we are doing is we're trying to celebrate knowledge in and for our society. It is not against the current knowledge, the existing knowledge. It is for the complement of the existing knowledge. So we know each other and we try to put in our knowledge in the same level of position. That's the aim, because I believe that every place have its own knowledge that have to be celebrating. And also when we're talking about many things here, localism and so on, contradiction, it is something that we are facing every now and then when we do the community project. We face many things that contradict between what we have learned from our previous knowledge and so on, and then what we found in the society. Something that we sure is every time we come to the society, we learn something from them. There is a lot of knowledge that we don't know, and by doing that, actually, we're trying to put it the knowledge in a very good position in our knowledge. So and of course, blending is really the challenge. How to blend everything, because I don't want my student or myself against something, or the other way around, become fanatic of some knowledge that we know. I think what we do every now and then is again the proposition that I put in this seminar is what's the purpose of why I do this. What's the purpose? Who's going to have the benefit? Is it me to get the benefit, or the society who get the benefit? So meaning that I have to learn anything about a basic knowledge. I have to learn about what the nature teach us about the earth, about the climate, anything that is already given by the earth and so on. And I need to learn about the low tech. Maybe low tech is the key, and how to bring all the knowledge within in the society into new level. I mean, the new material which is come from other part, maybe something else, but we can bring the material that is from our earth into another part, and complement to the other knowledge. Then we become united at the end. And I think this is the challenge, really. I think this is the challenge for the whole society. I think this is why we are here. We're talking and try to understand each other, and we try to put our position in such a way that we will happy together, and we will save the earth together, and anything which is we believe giving benefit for humankind and so on. And the question of the sustainability, I think that's the correct question. We still having contact with all the friends that doing the project. Some of the project doing really well at the moment, because the project is far away, really. I mean, for the project in Sumbawa, we have to go far away. That's why we go to the low tech, because we think that's the best way. Then architecture will have the correct purpose for them. And the school now managed to get a quite high level of accreditation in that place, and become the pilot, become the sample of the school in that area, which is not much there. And as you see, that school is not in Jakarta. That school is far away, meaning having disaster is a way for them to get a better facility. Meaning that this is not a punishment from the God. This is the way of, God giving something best for them. And then, I think then the people will be happy and they will understand. That's why when I talking about the musola, this is what the Kiai says to me. Thank you for coming for this place and building musola for us. This musola really give us the strength when we got this disaster. And and that's the most important things, because this is really challenge our religion. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yandi and Prof. Mita. So actually we have 5 minutes remaining time. One short questions. Okay. Microphone, please.
I was talking to Bida regarding teaching the architects what is the importance of measuring optical properties so that students understand how the sun comes into the house and how the heating takes place or whatever it is, right? Humidity, how humidity can be controlled within the house so that people feel better. Those are the things that needs to be correlated with your work, so that as an architect also, not because a lot of engineers learn all this instead of architect understanding kind of stuff. So if they understand, they will require all these requirements into the thing.
Yes.
I will just react to one more thing, that when I was doing an audit of this Cool Roof Challenge, and we were asking the recipient what benefit you got, I thought people will say, oh, we are feeling cool and everything. You know what was BS reaction? I'm not sweating at all. And I'm not stinking, right? Yeah. It was very interesting, comment from the person who is living in the house, which was kind of, I never thought about that. Yeah. So I'm just telling you.
Yes. Can I answer directly?
3 minutes, please.
Yeah, this is a good conversation.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that answer, that talking is most useful for us when we do something to the community. And actually, we did the same thing. We utilize shading. We don't have money. We don't have a lot of money for building the school. We have only we can provide 2 class, but we aiming for 3 classroom. So what we do is we learn the path of the sun and having shading after the 2 building. That means the shading will happen in the other part, and using that shade area as a classroom from 7 to 10. I mean, that's classroom, this, when we come back again, is most useful classroom for them because it's free and it's got shade. Our environment already give that to us. I mean, we don't have to worry about, about anything as long as we learn and we negotiate for that. And I think, learning facility system and nature, what nature can give to us, the dynamic of nature and so on, I think it's the most useful, and that's the beginning of everything. And if that they cannot provide us, to elevate something that we need, then we can go to the higher level of technology.
Okay, thank you very much. So unfortunately we are running out of time. So before I'm closing this session, so I don't think I need to summarize this session. So I just want to give some highlights for summarize our session. So actually, I don't know whether you agree or not, but good research are the research that are implemented and give impacts on the well-being of the society. That is maybe a small conclusion. And the second, I just quote from the Prof. Yandi. Researchers must be humble and respect the local values, I think. So again, ladies and gentlemen, please give the big applause to our 3 presenters here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Now I giving back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was what an insightful discussion, like another discussions, like another knowledge we got. Okay, let's get a round applause once again for the amazing panelists in Keynote Season 2.
To show our appreciation, we'd like to present each speaker with a special plaque, and Bapak Stefanus Kuswandi, the Vice President of Tata Logam Group, will be the one who gives the plaque to the speakers.
Now we invite Bapak Stefanus Kuswandi to come to the stage and hand the plaques to the speakers. For the first, I can give to Professor Boji from Chongqing University. And after that to Bapak Profesor Andri Yatmo from Universitas Indonesia. And for the third speakers to Ibu Profesor Paramita Atmadiwirjo. For our moderator in Keynote Season 2, Bapak Dr. Nur Fajri.
Now we would like to take a photo with all the speakers and the moderator to capture this very special moment.
We'll take a photo together. Okay, thank you so much for all the speakers and moderator for Season 2, and give applause again for all.
Now, before we delve deeper into the world of industry and climate finance in Keynote Session 3, let's take a refreshing 1-hour lunch break.
A complimentary lunch awaits you just outside of the ballroom. Please enjoy a selection of cuisines we have provided for you guys.
For those who want to perform Zuhur prayer or Salat Zuhur, dedicated prayer rooms or musola are available at the second floor.
We look forward to welcoming you all back for an enriching afternoon for Keynote Season 3. See you soon! Untuk Bapak dan Ibu dipersilahkan untuk beristirahat, makan siang, dan sholat di musola. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed the delicious food break and is feeling refreshed for another round of insightful discussion.
Following the previous insightful exploration of research best practices from session 2, we now turn our attention to a crucial intersection of design, sustainability, and financial feasibility. Welcome to Keynote Session 3, Industry and Climate Finance.
Distinguished guests, fellow architecture enthusiasts, and esteemed speaker, today we will have the privilege of hearing from industry leaders and climate finance experts who are shaping the future of sustainable architecture. Guiding these engaging discussions is Ibu Maharani Putri from Tata Logam Group.
And for the panelists, we have here with us Bapak Stefanus Kuswandi, the Vice President of Tata Logam Group, Mr. Bipin Shah, the President of Windbuild Incorporated USA, Ibu Dr. Beta Paramita from Biko Indonesia, and Bapak Muhammad Zeki from Climate Works Foundation as the panelists.
Ibu Maharani Chandra Putri from Tata Logam Group. She graduated bachelor degree of industrial engineering from Trisakti University on 1998, and she pursued MBA degree from University of Technology Sydney in 2003. She area focused in business and strategic planning to develop to business for better positioning through winning proposal development, project or program management, client and stakeholder management in terms of technical, administrations, contract, and commercial arrangement.
To Ibu Maharani Putri, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully I still have my voice here. Please let me know if it's not clear enough because I got a sore throat a bit. Okay. Thank you very much for attending this such a great event. And thank you so much for the committee to let me partaking on this such great event. And as we are aware, we are all here because of global warming that leads to climate change around the globe. Climate change refers to long-term changes in temperature and weather patterns. This shift may be natural, but again, since 1900s-ish, human activity has been the main driver of climate change, from burning fossil fuel such as coal, oil, gas, which produces heat, trap gases. Well, let's just keep it long and short. Yeah, we call it like the upstream business. Yeah, like industry like us, steel industries from Tata Logam Group and any other competitors in Indonesia and around the globe. Yeah, until the activity of building houses, road infrastructure, and so on, as the example of artificial environments whose purpose is to support human life itself. But nevertheless, the building, construction, and its operation, including the provision of land and building materials and construction in the built environment, contributes the most significant energy consumption and carbon emission globally. In this great event, the International Symposium Workshop on Sustainability Built Cities and Communities provides a forum on platform for sharing ideas. So we are here, thank God, that somebody and around us is actually thinking about how we can do best to make sure that we can actually contribute how to keep the carbon emission lesser. Sorry. And in this session, again, my name is Maharani Putri. It's short, you can call me Nikki. And without further ado, I got a really great speaker, 4 of them. Yeah, as the best leader for industry and also the financial institution as a foundation, philanthropy. But firstly, I would like to welcome the representative of Tata Logam Group. As a brief, it is a purely an Indonesian business, nothing to do with Tata Steel from India. Well, even though when we firstly export, fortunately they recognize us as Tata Steel, ya Pak Stefanus. Yeah, that's the great news of having a challenge in the COVID era. So the Tata Logam Group itself has received a significant number of awards from Government of Indonesia and well-known institutions for their innovation. And that's the gesture how you can survive around the globe for business and especially for steel industries. And without further ado, I would like to have Pak Stefanus Kuswandi as the Vice President of Operation of Tata Logam Group to share and speak a bit about net zero house for housing. Pak Stefanus, please welcome. The floor is yours. And I will step down a bit.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for the time. Thank you for the giving me the time to share. I think this is a really good forum. Thank you, Dr. Beta, for inviting me as one of the to give some sharing about the information. Actually, I'm going to split into 3. So first of all, I'm going to do the company introduction of who we are. Like Ibu Niki mentioned that we are Indonesian-based company, although we sometimes get mistaken. Are you from Indian company, Tata Steel? But actually, is the Tata Logam is we start as the Indonesian company back in 1994. Oh, sini. Oh, point of order. Okay, all right. Yes, so we started as in the garage with just 4 people. Now we're working with 2,500 people all across Indonesia. So in every other island, we have the machine to manage the market. We started with the metal tile, so all the roofing, while the vision is to roof the entire archipelago. Okay, I'll just. So this is basically our business. We are starting from the coil manufacturer. Then we also roll form, and then we distribute all across Indonesia. And our focus is for the roof. So this is the roof, the kind of roof that we produce. And we are working with now the company become a group of company. It's not just one company. We become a group of company all across Indonesia. The company start by solving a problem. Like in Indonesia, we have a backlog of 1.5 million per year. This is the data that I got from PUPR. I think we have the Ministry of Public Work here. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but and the second is building an earthquake-resistant house. So Indonesia is in the ring of fire. So we need the earthquake-resistant house while also involving the local human resource, the local like the UMKM and other things. And lastly, of course, not to forget about the climate change. This is why we are here. So all of this problem is the one that we're trying to solve. Okay, this is the backlog. And I think in order to address this kind of problem, we need a strong house construction which is resistant to earthquake, and we need to build this house fast and at the very limited budget. And how to solve this problem? My motto is we solve problem without creating another problem. So we focus on the 3 pillars of the strategy in the company. First is we focus on the green economy, and then end-to-end digitalization. We use the digital media to control all the channel from the coils, roll forming, distribution up until the building. And then, of course, lastly, not to forget about the empowerment of the local industry. First is green economy. Okay, I'm not going to focus on this, but this is the one that we get the appreciation from the Ministry of Industry, Pak Lili, about the using of Industry 4.0 to monitor from the end to end, from the factory to your doorstep. Number 3 is the synergy by empowering the UMKM, because it's not like the normal product like the water that you consume in front of you, but we need local people to build this house. So this is why every month we're doing training in every part of Indonesia. We have a training center. And to approach how to be sustainable for us. Number 1 is mitigation. Mitigation, last time I've delivered this in University of Indonesia about how we mitigate to reduce to zero the greenhouse gas emission from scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. And then we need to disclose, and we have done our disclosure, so we get the rating in February, this early February, and we get the B- for the rating from the CDP.net. And lastly, we need to electrify the process as much as possible. Oh, sorry. Yep. And of course, for the mitigation case, as a steel company, we will still have the emission. So we plan to use the carbon capture to capture the remaining carbon. So this for the mitigation. And for the adaptation, this is why we're working with Dr. Beta to develop the cool roof. So I mean, we are creating the innovative product how to adapt to the climate change. And like I said, solve the problem without creating another problem. This mainly for the roofing and for the wall is to reduce the heating and cooling, because I think this is one of the main cause as well. Okay. We have a product called Domus. This made from the Latin. Domus is mean house. So this is an ongoing product. We still keep improving this product. The motto is building house in just 5 days. We have all of the product is mainly starting from the structure, using all the steel. Yeah, and so far we have built in all across Indonesia. This is just for this year alone. So mainly for the earthquake victims. So this is in Konawe, North Konawe. Then we have built all this in North Konawe. And in Lowu Utara, Sumbawa, Lombok, and every part of Indonesia that get hit by the earthquake. Yeah. Now still using the brick and steel. the steel is with the U channel, and you combine with the brick, lightweight steel brick, 7.5 centimeters, and you can make this house 6x6 in just 5 days. So this is the first version of the house. Yep. Okay, this is in Sumbawa. It's in Luwu Utara. So we can customize all the design according to the local needs. This is in Masamba, in other part of Luwu Utara. And this is in Sulawesi Barat. And all using the local builders. So most of the applicators is from local. Okay, this is in Pasaman Barat in 2022. And we have tested these houses because basically it has to be able to withstand against the earthquake. Okay. Yep. But it's not stopped there. So in order to focus on the mitigation side, we have identified each of the part, like the steel truss, the steel column, and we put all the carbon footprint of every part. So we calculate about the part like the steel truss is the carbon footprint is 0.057 kilogram, and that's the percentage is around 12%. So this is the RAB, and the total, if we put on the side, on the very right side, we can calculate all the carbon footprint here. So I have a dream that some days when people buy house, they can see like what you see in the nutritional fact, but instead this is called an emission fact. So in one house, the steel structure, in one house, the steel structure is contribute at the moment is 46.85%, and then what is the emission fact? You can see. So this is what our goals for the house forever. Of course, we're not only working alone, but I'm working we need a collaborative approach, like the Rafflesia house that developed by Ibu Beta, Dr. Beta. We can also empower using the steel structure, Bu Beta. And lastly, how can we adapt to the climate change? Yes, this is the data that I got about a week ago. I think the top global risk in 2024 is the extreme weather. So this will be the in 2024, and in order to solve this problem of climate change and global warming, I think we need to develop building and energy consumption to mitigate the heat, especially in Indonesia. That I talked with Dr. Beta, and I got a new approach of urban heat island. I think it's very important to create a house that have the insulation in the roofing as well as in the wall, and to reduce the energy saving as well as to reduce the carbon footprint in the house itself. Okay. In point of the steel roofing company, how we can adapt? We adapt by putting the layer of the paint, and this to reflect the heat. And this is what we have done with the laboratory from UPI, as well as the house that you're going to see tomorrow. Yes, this kind of the cool roof with high solar reflectance to block the emissivity. I think this idea is already quite familiar with everyone here. like what Bicol have developed. So, but what is new that is we're going to develop not only the white roof, but we're going to apply this for other colors. So people have option, not only using the white roofing. Yep. This is I get from the World Bank Group about the cost benefit of implementing the solar reflecting surface, either on the roof and or on the asphalt. So yeah, we get from 1 to 15 for the cost benefit ratio. Okay, since we have the Ministry of Industry here, Pak Lili, and also Ministry of Public Work, I think the role of the governing body is, one is to select the cool surface product, Pak. At the moment, we don't have the laboratory to test in Indonesia. This is very important because the test need to be at our lab and not to send to other country.
Pak Stefanus, maybe
yeah.
Another 23 seconds.
Okay. And then number 2 is we establish the minimum performance testing and the certification as well. And then also we need to have the SNI letter for this cool roof. And then of course the label. Yeah, I think that's all. Just thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Pak Stefanus. Where I just a bit hold my breath, yeah, to just buzz him. It is running out of time. I'm just afraid that I got fired because he's my boss. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll take that as your burden, Bu Beta. Thank you very much for reminding that. And ladies and gentlemen, as you can see that I'm not referring we as because I'm moderator here. So Pak Stefanus has mentioned that Tata Logam Group has evolved. Well, actually since Tata Logam Lestari, the downstream business has actually started in 1994. Yeah, Tata Logam Group keeps spinning, yeah, and keep innovating, yeah, so to have the resilience of the business. And in fact, if you make the analogy of Avenger, yeah, so if you love to see movies as the Avenger, that we should keep stronger and stronger. So that's why Domus that been innovating by Tata Logam Group, it is now collaborating with Bicul, which is Ibu Beta, yeah, as the founder. So we become Rafflesia. And hopefully that it can actually perform for urban heat island and also keep in reducing the heat for everybody that living inside the house and for masyarakat berpenghasilan rendah atau low income society. Okay, thank you very much. Now, as time evolves too, and we still have the, the homework, how we can actually contribute to reduce the green gas house. So without any more comments, so I would like to welcome the second speaker from Wind Build Incorporation. As a brief, it is an US-based company that provides building energy efficiency analysis and solutions, government policy and infrastructure, business-to-business matching even, energy rating, and building codes development and energy efficient products procurement solution. To be more specific, they specialize in establishing the building energy policy and required infrastructure. Yeah, and they analyze the thermal performance of building envelope system and components, and they tend to work together with the local government as well. I would like to welcome Bapak Bipin Shah, President of Wind Build Incorporation, that he has been serving the building industry for more than 20 years. And he is, of course, committed to providing quality customer supports. And this is the most important part. To find the similarity between Tata Logam Group and Wind Build, they can actually provide the most competitive rate of house and material. Please welcome. We would like to have Mr. Bipin to rhyme away on the moving towards zero energy, low income buildings. The time is yours, Pak Bipin.
I think next time I
15 minutes, yeah.
I want to write a resume, I'm going to give it to her. You know, because I never knew what I was doing. No, at least she told me what I'm doing. So, I heard a lot of people every year, about sustainability, energy savings, and stuff like that. I want to actually also ask you guys to concentrate on saying, how do you do net zero carbon? Okay, a lot of people talk about things here, which is energy efficiency, but how do you actually achieve even net zero carbon or net zero emission buildings? So first thing is, wherever I go internationally, my job was to help countries develop, knowledge base and things like that on behalf of US Department of Energy. You will see that tomorrow. So what we did is we tried to figure out what are the things to be considered in a house. So as we went along different countries, we learned a lot of things. So if you see, the job is to reduce load, increase equipment efficiency, but then we have to also consider local consideration. That's what is very important. So, life of the house in US is different from the life of house in Indonesia, or life of the house in South Africa, or life of the house in India. So we need to all consider that. One interesting thing that we learned is about the beliefs, religious belief, environmental belief, all those things. I was in South Africa, and we gave them a solution of having a common wall between the two buildings, because it eliminates one, wall altogether. And they will never ever do that, because they thought somebody will, have black magic done on that other house. So they will not do common wall there, kind of stuff. So it is very interesting to understand that. The other thing is, when you come to the weather data, site, surrounding, orientation, shadowing, impacts on the building, and vegetation. All this thing is very important to consider when you're trying to build a basic house. So before you go into even building house, have all this thing listed and try to figure out a solution based on all this. I'll give you an example. We did analysis of buildings in South Africa using the Energy Plus weather data. Those are the average data of the last 30 years. But if you do the analysis with the current 5 years, your solution will be different. So always try to understand the science behind how to build a house and what kind of analysis is being done, especially with simulation or computer programs. Very important for you to read. So you can see that I want to kind of emphasize the question I asked to the previous, presenter was that how do you actually control the microclimate? If you see in the drawing, I mean, I can probably point, but if you see the window, if you actually see the glare coming in, if you actually put smart glazing there, you will be able to avoid putting a curtain in the house, because curtain is normally put in the house for privacy. But a curtain in an unconditioned house is actually bad for the person because the heat is not able to go out. Okay? So you can easily get stratification of heat in a house. And you see, that if you are able to reflect the natural daylighting from the height above the window to the ceiling and reflect it back, you will be able to reduce the amount of light. You can have all this kind of equipment at a very low cost. When you are building, you can build these things naturally. Yeah. So the first thing we did is we went and said, how can a low-income house be built? Because government has only a fixed amount of money that they can give you. So we actually listed all the equipment that we need, and we tried to figure out how to minimize the use of the equipment, of the material in the house. So I'll give you an example is, people build brick walls in a different way. But there is a method which is known as rat trap bond masonry method, where you actually eliminate the amount of bricks by just reorienting it and constructing it in a different manner. It has the same strength, same functionality in even a multi-story building. I have built a high-grade building with this red trap building. So you can see the building that is built, which was built by this method, and we had to train the local people how to build this. So once they learned that, we were able to implement those kind of things. I don't know if I can play the thing, but that is actually showing you the masonry person building it, and when he felt comfortable, we actually built the house. Because if the masoner tells the client that this is not going to work, he's not going to listen to the engineer also. The client is never going to listen to them. So it was very important for us to train the people there. You can see in the corner that how to build all these things and how the number of bricks were reduced. So we made everything locally there. We actually built the bricks using the hand machines. So the person whose house, the local person who was going to live in the house was supposed to work for the house. So it's actually, because if you give something free, nobody cares. But if they work for their house, then they actually own the house and they will maintain the house. So we made sure that people actually did that. You can see the material being reduced, and we used the solar system, solar concentration system, to actually bake the brick. And we didn't bake the brick by the traditional method, which increases the carbon footprint in there. For the windows, as I'm showing you, we actually put solar applied film, so people cannot see into the house, but the person who is living in the house can see the environment. So that was very interesting. Of course, full paint is one of the things that we all kind of developed, and we actually use that for the building. And we use a solar kit, which is basically providing, a solar panel. It actually operates light in the house. It actually provides a small TV, a small fan, and basically a cell phone charger to the people. So this is a small kit, which was all these things, we met the government's target. We were able to meet the target of the government. Now, another thing that we learned is that when you're, this is individual house previously, but what we learned is that when you have solar panel on a house, individual house, you have to design it for the peak requirements. But if you actually do a solar grid for a community, then you don't need that many solar panels. It reduces the cost. It actually is able to manage all house, because all house is not going to use the same amount of energy all the time. So you are able to reduce the need of the energy, maintain that, and you can earn money, and the person who is maintaining all these things is actually, you are applying job to them. You're giving them job. They will actually maintain all the solar panels to their efficiency. They will actually go to the house, collect the money. So it is like a small electrical company doing the job. However, you can always have a generator power, utility power, everything to be able to supply if your PV power gets reduced. So this is a very good system for community development, especially for low-income houses, when you are actually doing that for larger community development. And it actually reduces the cost. You see the biogas there? You can actually use the waste to basically go into the community composter and be used for that. This is the first experiment with that. I mean, this is when Lawrence Berkeley came to me. I was doing a project in India. We were building a bigger house, and Art Rosenfeld, who is considered to be the father of cool paints, basically told me, can you do a building and test it out? And that's when we actually applied cool paints to this kind of house. And so we used the servant quarters to do the experiment. So we actually monitored everything. We put the global thermometer to know what is the reaction of the surfaces with the human skins. We applied thermocouples. We also applied the heat flux meters to know what kind of heat is coming in. With all this thing, this was actually done by the university people, and we encouraged them to learn. We put cool paint, which was at 85% reflective, and emissivity of 0.9. And of course, all the monitoring of that. Just to let you know that it was important for us to leave the inside. We learned that we actually first painted it white, but then we realized that the galvanized sheet emissivity is much lower than the emissivity of the paint. And that actually reduces the interaction of that surface with the human being. So it was a good thing to learn. This is the pyranometer which Peter is mentioning about. We try to figure out what is the, basically the instrumentation regarding measuring this. I don't know how much to go into, but all this thing is the controls that we created all the data for the whole year. We monitored everything for the complete year, and the observation that we got, I'm going to skip quickly, similar to what Beta has seen, and you can see that the heat flux with galvanized roof and without, you could see that it flattens out. There is no peak, to the thing. This is basically over the roof temperatures and how much galvanized, roof does that. So, the difference between the two. This is under the roof temperature that you are actually seeing, right? It is the difference that the human skin interacts with the roof temperature. So the reason why you're feeling cooler is also because of the lower temperature of the surface in the roof. This is internal room temperature. This is the air temperature. Now, it is very important that we climatize the internal part of the room. So that's what I was discussing with people, that if outside air penetrates into the house much, then there is no difference between the outside air and the inside air. because the air exchange within the house is quite a bit. So you need to kind of make sure that the house is compact and you are able to kind of isolate, the internal part to the best way possible. This is the global surface, which is basically, as I told you, the interaction between the human and the thing. And the mean radiant temperature, again, is something that is related to the behavior of the humans, in the house. This is one of the time when the humidity was pretty high, and we tried to see what happened. And I just wanted to kind of bring this thing up that the temperature during the time would be different, and it still give us a flatter temperature. I wanted to say one thing is that when you try to apply cool paints to material like bricks and everything, there is no expansion and contraction. So even the cracks development, which leads to failure of the houses, are reduced. So there is a secondary benefit to the cool paints is that because of the reduced fluctuation of temperature on the surface, you don't develop cracks. And that, the durability of the product increases quite a bit. So, and these are very cost-effective ways of doing that. Cool paints don't cost. It is similar to the cost of the paint, premium paint available in the market. And so you can almost kind of say that there is a negligent effect of the paint on the building. So this is just one technology that we kind of studied and tried to reduce the, energy load in the building. But if you apply, in the first screen when I showed you all the different technologies, we found that we could almost reach zero energy. And the other energy that we use, only very small amount of, renewable energy PV panels are required to run the house. So I'm not going to read through all these things, but this is basically what I covered in my talk. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bipin. Okay, so I will call you back when the question and answer is conducted. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the critical hours for sleepiness. Okay, hopefully you can bear with us. Kasian Mbak Beta nanti. Just kidding. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Bipin, for sharing with us how you can actually show us about the importance of not just building a building, but you need to consider how to monitor the impact by installing the device to know, not just put everything to lab to know whether this is correct, if this is under right certification and so on. But instead, we need to install something to prove the real time of figure that we want to monitor. And this is important for us too, especially maybe because we work for steel company. This is the emissivity of galvanized steel, So it means that without color, has proven that it is lower than painted. And if we can imagine that the painted, it's based on continuous lines, so it is more sustained. And hopefully with the domus or rafflesia on the way of the construction, it's going to be even better because it leaves no waste. Okay, and the third of speakers, well, I have to make it correct then, This is because the one that has and manage all the events, so Ibu Beta Paramita. Yeah, this is actually the founder of Be Cool Indonesia. If you may, I will introduce a bit about Be Cool. It's a roof coating paint for all types of material. With very high solar reflectance capability, there's where Pak Stefanus and Mr. Bipin already mentioned that the example of he has been giving is more on higher SRI, yeah, to creating cool roof, like the cool lady that will be called out to the stage. Without further ado, Dr. Beta Paramita, founder of Be Cool. Please give round of applause for this superwoman. Monggo, Bu. Itu random.
Sorry. I hope I'm not going to fall asleep. So thank you, Mbak Niki, for introducing me. Here's my slide. So today I would like to give you some, how to say, like why we need the low carbon building material and also why we need the passive cooling solution. Yeah, my name is Beta because my brother is Alpha, as I'm have to be Beta, cannot be another option. So, not Beta version actually. Yeah, next. Oh, I have this. Okay, so this is the situation in Indonesia. What happened when our carbon emission in Indonesia actually mostly from the land use change, yeah. But then the second part, that's the electricity, and then manufacture and construction, that will be PT Tata, and then the last, not the last one, the seventh one, that's the building, that's an architect who responsible for this emission. And when we take a look at the electricity, we have to know where is the electricity applied. So when we take a look at the electricity consumption per sector, this one, the 46% will be in the household. It means in the residential area. And the 0.1 is in the transportation, not so much. And then we try to know how to reduce the carbon emission by breakdown with the who is the most vulnerable object we have to tackle. So when Pak Stefanus already mentioned about the backlog, so I got the data, but he's much more updated. And then this backlog actually much more in the low-income housing. 74% is in the low-income housing. If we would talk about the low-income housing, 90% household without aircon. So means we need to make the building envelope much more passive cooling because we are in the tropical country in Bandung, and in this area we have the nice situation. But in Semarang, my hometown, in Sumbawa, in NTT, Timor-Leste is not Indonesian anymore, sorry. Sorry, my brain getting not working now. So we need the passive cooling solution and also how we can promote more low carbon material. Okay, so I take this one from the Ministry of Public Work and Housing. In 2022, they give us the roadmap. And then the most, in our side, for not an architect, for the researcher, we have not really clear the baseline. What is the baseline for the new building? What is the baseline for the building retrofit? What is the baseline for the building operation? Sometimes we have to digging very deep the data. Also, how we can manage the baseline first, and then we go further for the next target.
So I would like to highlight the material that we have no focus on CO2 emission from the material or construction. Means that there is not really have the basic data. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there is not so certain institution having the data. So I'm going to show you when we have to, perhaps you have the flyer, so how we can calculate all the embodied energy, how we can calculate all the measurement thing. We have to use another country data. So that's why we need this roadmap. We provide the lab, Biku lab. So next time, if you have time, you can visit our lab. That's supported by the PT Tata Logam. We are going to have this kind of lab to make the material much more precisely to measure inside the lab. What kind of the thing we need to do? We need the physical measurement, mechanical measurement, thermal measurement, chemical measurement, optical, acoustic, and physiochemical. So this is interdisciplinary. Me, an architect, usually an architect don't want to use this kind of thing. Architect just want to draw. Is there any? Oh, still, Mas Adrian is still here. Architect also just want to draw something beautiful. But when we talk about the strength, the elasticity, plasticity, how we have to measure. Is there any body in this, in Indonesia, agency who can measure this one? Some of us are very familiar with Puskim, perhaps previously called Puskim. Mas Ariel is from previous Puskim. Now we call it Bintek. But it's quite difficult when we want to know the corrosion resistant. There's some part also, but it's quite difficult if in the optical. Not so many people having this kind of the measurement. Also, the next one, the hygroscopicity is very difficult to find in Indonesia. So our idea, if we can have this integrated labeling, the industry come to us, and then we have national label, and then the industry going to know, or the contractor or the construction going to know which material going to produce much more low carbon, so they're going to choose this low carbon material. So this is the collaboration between Bikul, PT Tata Lestari, PT Tata Logam Lestari, and also Incode. Magdalena, thank you for providing the coating. So we try to make how to make the cool material. This is very challenging because when Pak Stepanus come to our lab, he said like, let's collaborate and then make the thin coating, which I previously having the coating with the manual paint, but then he asked, don't do manually, do it in the factory with the coil coating. So that gives us the challenge how to make it very thin with the hardness, with the, anything. So it's supposed to be like the same quality, the same achievement, like we can reduce the indoor operative temperature, also the exterior surface temperature. We have a lot of, you can search in the bikul.co.id. So we have a lot of result about this kind of thing. But then we try to combine this product, become the Rafflesia. So this is the property material we have to send to Singapore. We don't have in Indonesia at this moment. So we want to know the emittance. This is our product, our collaboration. The top coat can be 50 until 60 micron. And then, unfortunately, actually, we still have to make the reflectance much more higher, 0.9 or 0.8. But this is still inside in the requirement. So our SRI, the new product, is in 88 SRI or solar reflectance index. And as you can see here, if you mention the Rafflesia, Rafflesia is the flower in Bengkulu. That's if you ever saw the Rafflesia in person, they just live like 3 days. After 9 months starting, it's very difficult to see the Rafflesia alive. So this is also our motivation, how to keep this Rafflesia, Rumah Reflektif Surya Indonesia, as the power we are going to blow, just a little small one, but we give the beautiful impact. So this is two of the design house based on the student. I guess he's over there, the ITB student, my husband's student, not my student. And the other student is over there behind the screen, and this is their design. And tomorrow we're going to see the result. And we're going to calculate the embodied energy. Next. Oh, sorry. Previously will be here. Oh, yeah. Okay. So the idea is we have the lightweight structure. So we don't need the cement. We don't need the not need, but less than a normal house. So we don't need the cement and then the brick, and then we can see that the lifespan of the metal house average is 50. So my friend who calculate this one, it's not me, I work with my friend. So he say like, lifespan of the house, it depend on when you die or when you born. So I say like, okay, 50. 50 is, I'm bored with my house and I'm going to change my house. So, but in Indonesia, the house going to change when you die. I mean like when you die and you have to separate the house to your children. So this is the quantity of material in Rafflesia. I hope I can make it time, Mbak Niki, and you're going to stop me. Okay, so yeah, still will be the most how to say like heavy part in the building. But we can see here, actually, this is the side 1, side 2, side 3. This is just calculation because we have the material property, and then we calculate it very carefully, actually. This is only on site, so we not calculate the previous one. I mean like the embodied energy is supposed to be like from the manufacturing, and then site construction, and then after construction or demolishing. And this calculation only on site construction. So please bear in your mind. So when we calculate the comparison of the house, is really shocking that Rafflesia is over there. It's very small. Why? Because we, as I mentioned previously, we we avoid the cement, we avoid the brick, so the site construction is very small. I'm not really sure when the manufacturing cost will be inside. Yeah, Pak Step already give me the permission. We're going to calculate after this. So, but this is very good news when we compare with the very normal house. Why Australia is very high? Because they use high quality electricity appliance. So they, yeah, some of the electricity appliance, green appliance is much more higher. The price and also the lifespan sometimes is not so long. So it's still good news for us, the Rafflesia house. I guess this is all because this is the reference. This only lecturer using the reference. No one used that. Okay, thank you so much, Maniki.
Well, I guess Mbak Beta is just running in time, yeah? So, before the time actually. Very good. Terima kasih Mbak Beta. And ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I don't think that I will comment about Mbak Beta, yeah? Because we already knew, and that's actually what a great collaboration, personally, I feel, yeah, and also I hope Pak Stefanus just feel that too. That's hopefully this Rafflesia will be glowing together, which gives a significant impact, and especially for MBR, masyarakat berpenghasilan rendah atau low income society, to feel and how they can actually contribute to become a smart community. And last but not least, at the end of the day, we need a party that really knows about what's the products, how it is used, and how does it gonna be impacting to a very healthy earth, yeah, according to now, as is now, yeah, about the global warming that leads to climate change. So this foundation that will provide and spill a bit information, yeah, is actually the Climate Works Foundation, a global platform for philanthropy that envision for a thriving planet for all living beings for next generation by innovating, accelerating climate solution to end the climate crisis. Thank goodness that today we have Pak Muhammad Zeki as a representative of Climate Works Foundation to actually provide a great insight for us today. Please welcome Pak Muhammad Zeki. The stage is yours. Please give a round of applause for him.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And yeah, talking about finance might not be the best idea to, to do after lunch, but I'll try to make it as interesting as possible. So yeah, I'll just go ahead. A slight introduction. I'm Zeki. I'm from Climate Works Foundation. I'll introduce a little bit more later about what we do as organization. So today, the topic that was requested by Beta is to, introduce a little bit about climate finance and climate philanthropy and how it works in built environment sector. And maybe just slide more context. Probably it's been dissected in very detailed by previous speakers. On globally speaking, building contribute to 37% of global energy related CO2 emission. Another speaker said it's 42%, so it can be higher. Most of it coming from on-site energy generation, for example, cooking. Most of it coming from electricity used from grid. In Indonesia context, is mostly cooling. ACs, and the others are embodied greenhouse gas from materials and construction with that Beta just explained just now. And space cooling by air conditioners and fans actually use 10% of global electricity currently, more than any kind of home appliances. And as a matter of fact, at the moment, we have 1.6 billion of buildings using ACs, and by 2050, the number will be tripled. So we will have like 5.6 billions of building using ACs, and it will be mostly driven by growth in China, India, and Indonesia. And this data is coming from IEA 2021. So talking specific about the need of investment, so the total investment for global building sector to be to limit the global warming under 2 degrees. It's only 2 degrees, so if it's 1.5, it can be higher. We need to increase it from 4.9 trillion US dollars in 2017 to approximately 5.4 trillion in 2050. So bear in mind again, it's just to keep the temperature below 2 degrees Celsius. And it is expected that 60% of that investment will go to China, India, EU, and US. And most of new construction will account for 60% heating and cooling and that from that numbers, 67% will go to new construction, while 80% will go for retrofitting in heating and cooling in existing building. And talking about Indonesia context, probably most of you already know that we have set our enhanced NDC, the nationally determined contribution target in 2030, and net zero emission target by 2060, the latest. And it is interesting to see that actually we don't have very specific building sector terms in most of our official documents. Most of it coming under the category of household or commercial subsector under the energy sector. And building sector in Indonesia is actually the 3rd largest final energy consumer at 21%. And it is expected to rise by 40% of energy user in 2030. And actually since 2010, the use of electricity in buildings have increased by 5 times. And in 2020, Indonesian building have produced around 223 megaton CO2 emission, which is ranked 6th in the world. And nearly 50% of all buildings in 2060, which is the year of the net zero target of Indonesia, will be constructed by 2030. So it is really important to really think deeply on how the embodied greenhouse gas emission will affect our emissions in the future. And our government is, when it comes to building, the policies that they're pushing is on higher energy efficiencies in building, which is green building and MAPs, which is minimum energy performance standards. So talking about numbers, to reach the target of NDC in 2030, Indonesia actually needs 285 billion of climate investment between 2015 until 2030. And as you can see probably in the graph that in 2021, we have reached the number 138 billion. From that 138, so as you can see, like there's a gap of $146 billion that needs to be covered either by both the public and private sectors. So from that 138 billion in 2021, there's a lot of contribution actually from our government side. So government climate budget is actually 4.3% of our APBN, annual state budget. Meanwhile, financial sector in Indonesia only contributes to 15% at 41 billion US dollar. And these are coming from public and private financial institutions, so which allocate almost equal amounts, as you can see on the graph at the right hand. This is just to show you like the illustration that in most ideal scenario, actually, private sector should have covered 50 to 60% of climate finance need, which should be coming from private financial institution. banks, for example, insurance companies, but also corporations and households. And yeah, as you can see that corporations and household doesn't really shown here because we don't really have the accurate data collections on these two actors. But especially for building and appliances sector, which we are talking today, this is very, very relevant since corporations and households are actually the two actors that will put most of the investments in green building and appliances sectors. And again, this is the consensus of a lot of people in financial sector that if there's a lack of private sector contribution, this is a symptom of undeveloped or there's a lack of stable market in that sector. So at the moment, we don't really have a very strong market for green building for very efficient appliances. One data shows that only 8% of the entire commercial banks loaned are going to building sectors. It can be a little bit less to green building sectors. And that kind of show that there's this symptom of a much undeveloped or lack of stable market in the green building and a highly efficient appliance sector. So talking about developing market for low carbon building, net zero building and efficient appliances, we need to see where the category of Indonesia and that category of building sector will determine the archetypes intervention that is needed to create that market. This is a study from Climate Policy Initiative. It shows that Indonesia actually is under the category of, there will be a lot of new buildings with low energy use, and that will be like the characteristics of the building market in Indonesia. So using that criteria, the archetypes intervention to create this market, there are 4 of them. So the first one is to ensure, to develop the performance-based targets and building codes. This is meaning that we need to develop science-based and country-specific asset level performance, meaning getting the data, collecting the data on the performance of the building. And this is really relevant as Indonesia has a very fast-growing building stocks at the moment. And the support that is needed at the moment is to provide technical assistance to both national and subnational governments to deploy and enforce relevant energy standards. The second intervention would be to enforce equipment minimum energy performance standards, MAPs, and energy label, meaning that we need to ensure efficient electrification of appliances and to ensure that we prevent the use of highly inefficient equipments to address this, in this Indonesian context, it is to address the surging use of ACs and also to address Indonesians' artificial low price in electricity. And the third one is also, which is also very important, is to develop experts on low carbon building sectors. Creating a market will not be feasible without having the experts, having the professions to support the market. And this is why establishing, in the context of green building, establishing the green building councils and also providing financial support to local construction energy companies who will do works in green building sectors will be very important. And the fourth one is the creation of local and affordable financial products to support new net zero construction. This is one of the most prevalent challenges at the moment, since households and business, they don't really have access to finance this type of green building and net zero building based on the financial products that are offered by commercial financial institutions. So, where is climate philanthropy is positioned in all of this discussion? So, as you may know, that climate philanthropy is coming from a lot of philanthropists, basically extremely rich people. It is a very small, very small amount of funding, but it has a very specific nature, which is extremely flexible, extremely patient risk, and because of that nature, it is mostly used in part as catalytic capital to support and leverage policy change. So that's the key word, to leverage policy change, to create a long-run systemic shift to our trajectory. So just to give you like some slide example, okay. I'm talking about collecting data for performance-based targets. There might be some limited bandwidth from our government agencies. This is where philanthropies and their partners are coming in. Also, for example, equipments, maps, energy labels, to provide trainings, etc. Again, the lack of bandwidth from government agencies can be supported by philanthropies and their partners. So that's the type of interventions that philanthropy is getting in. And Climate Works Indonesia, it's new. We are trying to strengthening the civil society capacity by developing enabling ecosystem in various climate mitigation sectors. And specific for today, I want to introduce also Clean Cooling Collaborative, which is supportive of Beta's work, which has a specific focus on transforming in cooling sectors. So just to give you like slide, just to end this presentation, just some examples of our current priorities of climate philanthropy section for built environment sector in Asia. First one is implementation of national green building policies, which is represented by the Permen PUPR number 21 in 2021, and the roadmap by local governments by increasing the local government capacity in developing, implementing green building standards. Yes. It is, yeah, okay, just 1 minute. It is supported by our partner, GBP, and supporting PUPR, Ministry of Home Affairs, and MEMR, SDM. Another one is to address the energy needs for increased cooling, tightening the regulation on minimum energy performance. So our partner CLASP have been assisting MEMR, SDM to create a more higher standards of minimum energy performance of ACs in Asia. You can see that SDM have just increased the level of minimum energy standard for ACs just last year. And yeah, just the last one is the one that we're doing with Beta, providing support and development and feasibility tests of new efficient technologies, especially cooling. For market in Indonesia, cool roof is especially very relevant. We also have like another one product called 5X ACs, which is basically ACs which will be like 5 times more efficient in humid and tropical areas, which is going to be hopefully tested in coming years in Indonesia. So I think, yeah, I'll just stop it here for now and open for questions later on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Mas Zeki aja ya. Okay, thank you very much. And before Pak Zeki, it's moved away from me very far. So can you please take the stage again? And I would like to welcome Dr. Beta, Dr. Stefanus. Oh, not yet. Okay, Mr. Stefanus and Mr. Bipin, please come on the stage. And we are ready for question and answers. Monggo. Monggo, Mas Zeki banyak pertanyaan nih, aku enggak ya. Not accordingly, it's okay. Okay, now at last we got together on the stage. Thank you very much, distinguished speaker. Yeah, I think, ladies and gentlemen, we agree that we have very great speakers for today in the middle of a sleepy time. Hopefully we still semangat ya, got the good spirit, okay? And especially to, not the close out, actually the last speaker of ours, that's the one that we after. Thank you very much, Bu Beta, for inviting Pak Muhammad Zeki. Okay, and for now, as we all know that we got the three speakers. Is there any sound? Okay, I tried to sing if there's a rim, yeah? So basically, as we are all agree that the three speakers of ours, we talk and present about what it is actually about the most important things, how to contribute, and now to be specific in more on the roofing and walling and cladding. Yeah, so, and again for that also we consider how to construct in the most cost-efficient way, yeah, by involving all the surrounding of us, yeah. And also, last but not least, how we can actually engage other party, as I mentioned earlier, to understand that it is valuable, yeah, to contribute to how we can reduce, what is that called, green gas house, basically, yeah. Oh, yeah, kebalik ya. Okay, so any questions? So I would actually give to the floor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for questions. And I would start with the two rows from my side for having questions, please. Okay, if not, I will give to the two rows over here, okay. And before that, perhaps, can you please state your name and where you're from? Thank you very much.
Check.
Ya, silakan.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Arul. I'm from Resilience Development Initiative, RDI. And actually our focus in climate studies and doing several projects related to the community development, as well as to improve their climate resilience as well. So it is really interesting to see the perspective, especially for the private sectors, yeah, related to the financing, because based on our experience, especially doing some project, working together with the local government, especially the discussion of why there's still limited initiative of the climate because of the limited funding, right? Like Pak Zaki mentioned before, there is a lot of lack of private sector involvement, right? Yeah, maybe especially for the Tata Logam, would you please elaborate on how the scheme you collaborate to the local government to do some kind of initiative? Yeah, and also to Pak Zaki, maybe you can share specific to the local government, right? Is there any scheme to access those kind of funding to do their initiative in climate initiative? Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Bapak dari RDA, maaf. Pak Arum. Pak Arul. Okay, terima kasih Pak Arul for the questions. Okay, so maybe Pak Stefanus want to answer first in terms of Tata Logam, how you can actually, what I actually need, how to access to Pak Zeki. Straightforwardly.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Pak Arul. I think it's really good question, how to collaborate with the local government with the minimum budget. And we have a lot of experience like working with the local government, not that we don't want to work with the central government, but sometimes it's work different for the budgetary. And we are working with BNPB, the disaster body in Indonesia. So every time there is an earthquake or any other type of the disaster, we work with the central government first from BNPB, and then it worked through the BPBD, the local government that handling the disaster. But of course, with limited budget that you saw most of the houses, the type 36 house, 36 square meter is the budget from the government is only 50 million rupiah, or equals to $2,500 installed, finished off with everything. So I think to achieve that kind of budget with minimal effort is we need to collaborate. So sometimes we need to think of a way how to minimize the how to engage the local communities like Pak yes, the strategy of Pak Bipin mentioned of how to engage local community to work with us with that minimum budget, because that's the budget cannot be increased anymore, and that's locked for I think for the next 5 years. So yeah, and working with local government especially can be easier when it's close to the election period. So that's the secret. So because the local government need to show some work to the communities around, so by building something it's really enhanced. But of course not only that, but we are working truthfully with our heart, because we care about the low income people that Bu Beta mentioned still not have access to the housing.
Terima kasih, thank you Pak Steph. Yeah, continue with Pak Zaki.
Yeah, I think like in the most ideal scenario is that we have a working market for green materials, green building, and unfortunately this is not where we are at the moment. There's still very lack demand for that, and obviously the government they can create a lot of policies to artificially help the demands to grow the demand, either by incentives, cutting out on some rebates or taxes, and also, for example, pushing for more financial commercial banks to provide 0% loan until certain years for certain type of building, which is actually have been done for different products, right? For EVs, it has worked for that type of products with similar type of range of prices, and why not for green building as well? And that is where the national government have the authority over. The local government, the authority that lies with them is on mostly on the certifications, and there might not be too much that they can do except to, growing up their capacities, having more and more auditors and certificators under their agencies. And I think this is something that can be probably supported by non-state actors. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Pak Stefanus. Pak Zeki is the answering the question, Pak Arul. Okay, but may I have the question for moderator? Boleh nggak Ibu kok langsung mentelang gitu ya? Yeah, so, well, actually, this is interesting subject, yeah. When most of all, one side said that we lack of budget, yeah. And the other side, we lack of budget. While the other side, we got budget, but what we can do, yeah. So how we collaborate. Gen Zider mention is about collapse, gitu kan. We need to collapse. And today, we should thank to God in this good opportunity managed by Ibu Beta, managed this event. Actually, we have Government of Indonesia, that's the regulators for the housing, yeah, and we also the National Planning Agency here, Pak Sumedi, and we also have Pak Direktur Pak Lili Widodo from Metal in terms of mentioning the supply, right? So we are all here, and we have all our experience and also our capacity, why we can actually work together, yeah. And then, is it possible, Pak Zeki, if we find out that this is the program, the whole program, for example, about the cool material in regards with all the requirement of gedung hijau, for example, or maybe gedung cerdas at this moment, the regulation is new since 2023 in Indonesia. Please correct me if I'm wrong, if there is Bapak Ibu dari PUPR, yeah. So that's the regulation in regards for the smart building. So in terms of the whole package of that, and then we find out that the terms of reference correct, and then the budget is lacking everywhere. Would that be a good jump for financial institution, for example, Climate Works, that help us to actually find the good funders? Is that possible, Pak Zeki? Ya boleh dong. I have a question ya, Pak.
A very intriguing questions.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, like how to make the puzzle. So the benefit is for the society, basically.
Yeah, I think as I mentioned before, that climate philanthropy, it is such a very limited funding, although it has very specific nature of being flexible. The way we operate here, especially in Asia, is to try to how we can help the government. We know that government has constraint in, they have fiscals, they have state budgets, but their constriction, there's so much that they can do with their fiscal capacities. And the way we operate here at Climate Philanthropy is to help the government to ensure that the money that they spend using their fiscal capacity is to leverage private sectors, in this case, commercial financial institution, to be feeling a little bit less riskier, more secured when they want to jump into these new sectors like green building or smart building. So I think by the end of the day, climate philanthropy has never been used as like capital to what do I say? Finance certain project, but it creates the foundation needed so that all these pilot projects can actually be sustainable. Mm.
Okay, please, Bapak Bipin, call you also like Indonesian ya, Bapak.
I feel old then.
feel homey, right?
So actually there is a system being followed. I mean, because we initiate actually a pilot project to demonstrate that something is working. I mean, that's where some of the agencies come in. There is a very, I think you should talk to the government that instead of giving directly the money, like you say that you make a low-income house, which is 150, I don't know whatever the number is, 150 million or rupiah. What you do is actually use that as a collateral to the bank to get the funding. The manufacturer, because this is happening actually in India for low-income house. So what happens that the manufacturer of the house, I mean, let's say you guys will approach a bank and will say that, hey, we guys are building this kind of houses. Government is giving a collateral to build this. Can you actually mortgage this house to the user? There are benefits to that because now the user is not getting something free. Because if you give it free, he's not responsible. He said, okay, if it breaks in, when he starts paying for this, then he owns the house and he maintains the house. So I think that kind of a system needs to be developed because then the government benefits, the manufacturer benefits, and the client benefits. So I think that scheme needs to be created, and the financial institutions need to come in and feel comfortable about it. And that's where the local government or the federal government or state government, provincial government can come in. The other place is, subsidizing places. You guys are building buildings, but land is not available. So how do you actually, local government has access to all that. So if they can actually do those kind of things, then a policy can be. So that would be a better policy than just to say that there is a scheme where I can give you $15 million.
For free. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bipin, Pak Zeki, Pak Stefanus. Okay, so may I now open for the floor on the second row from there, Pak Sumedi from Bappenas, please.
Thank you. Because of 4 speakers, so I will ask one question, one for each. So, Pak Stefanos, it's very interesting to have emission fact. So I think it's part of transparency and accountability for adopting resilient and sustainable infrastructure. So my question is regarding the readiness of the private company to open the emission facts. So as long as they adopt the principle, so they can conduct trading with the other European countries. So my question is the readiness of other private company. As for the Mr. Pipin, you mentioned about cost effectiveness for zero emission building and also initial growth government subsidy. So my question is subsidy not to individual, right? Not to household, but to local community. And Pak Jackie mentioning about supporting for the private company. As government official, so my question is whether government will give subsidy to local community or to the private in terms of adoption of zero emission building. And the last question for Ibu Mbak Peta. Since Indonesia has a different regional characteristic, and Bappenas also adopting 7 development region. Papua, Maluku, Nusa Tenggara, and so on. My question is regarding the roadmap. Is there one fit for all region, the roadmap, or we have to disaggregate and look at to more detail into the region? For example, Papua and Java may be different. The roadmap, the policy, and also the strategy and policy action for adopting zero emission building. So what is your suggestion for different characteristic of the region? Thank you very much.
But I forgot. Get so many souvenir.
Okay, who's going to answer first? Ladies first or women first?
Ladies always.
Oh, ladies always first. Ladies first.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sumedi, for the question. So, yeah, this is very interesting. Not just for the 7 development region, we also think about we have 4 different climate zones. So, this is our country is very how to say, like, span from east to west, where we have so many diverse. So our suggestion, let's do the project. I cannot do that. So we need to make the, so yeah, this is our plan, that we're going to make the cluster like Java and Sumatra, and maybe like Sulawesi, South Sulawesi will be quite close, and other region that we have the similar, I have circling the, how to say, like, not circling, clustering the map. We have the characteristic of the demographic, based on the demographic, based on the climate, and then if we have the roadmap based on the Ministry of PUPR, what is going to be like the very close strategy. So yeah, it's very good idea. I'm going to do the proposal for this one. That's the conclusion. Yeah, this is very good idea. It will be a good opportunity. Work with the Ministry of PUPR, work with the ASDM, with the MEMR. Yeah, and then we can work with the industry. So thank you to give me the idea to submit the proposal. Yeah, and we'll submit to the Bappenas as the, like the.
Okay, Pak Sumedi. So to conclude, Bu Beta, so she will give you the proposal, Pak. Oh. Ah, alrighty. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Bu Beta.
Well, I think it's slightly misconception that the government needs to always provide subsidies and supports. Obviously, there can be like restriction that government can create. For example, in 2022, I think the president have issued the presidential regulation on carbon pricing. So yeah, and I mean now it only applies to coal fire power plant, but who knows that these instruments can be used even further for highly emitting products like cements or steels, and I think we kind of need to be one step ahead, envisioning that. Tata Lagom, for example, is an exporter. I don't know if you export to Europe, but Europe has already, considering Europe has already issued the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which pretty much will, put all these fees on highly emitting products outside of Europe's. And I think, yes, we can provide not only subsidies. I think Bipin said something about de-risking instruments where government can put a certain amount of money as guarantee, soal collateral, or as simple as putting the PMN, penanaman modal nasional, in certain BUMN banks, specific, and a part of that PMN can be, mandated for specific green building financing, So I believe that a lot of researcher analysts in BKF, the fiscal policy agencies, they have like a myriad of fiscal instruments that we can use. It's just like a matter of selecting which one can have the most impact, and specifically for building sectors.
Okay. Terima kasih Pak Zaki. I think is Mr. Bipin ya. I think the question are for all four speakers.
So, going deeper into what I just said earlier about government being able to kind of provide a guarantee for that, there was actually a other side of what the government has been doing, is basically kind of recognizing the manufacturers who are authorized to do this kind of things, recognizing. So the reason being is that you don't give construction or something to people who actually are below standard, right? So you require somebody to say, like we as institution, experts basically gave a guideline to the government, and then government came up with a directive saying that a manufacturer who will meet all this requirement is qualified to do this work. And the money was not given at one shot. It is like, when the foundation is done, they will give the money. When the framework is done, they will give the money. When the completion is done, then they will give the money. So I think that whole ecology of making sure that this implementation is done in the right way needs to be kind of established. So one is that. But to all these things, I will again emphasize, because all my experience with so many countries that I worked with, 24 in a row, right? I found out that if you don't have the infrastructure to make sure that the material and are used properly and are certified, you are going to fail. Whatever you try to do, you will not be there. That's why we very much emphasize. I know that I work on this million crore myself. One of the biggest recommendation from myself is when you give the award, make sure the lab is established. And I'm just saying that overall, we wanted to make sure the laboratory is there. We are there to help you. We have done that for many countries. We have the designs for doing that. So we don't mind giving that free advice on how to do that, and even the designs to do that. The transfer of technology was with zero money. I was able to transfer the entire cool roof technology with no cost. But we need to make sure that that effort was implemented in the market. And I'm very happy. Okay, let's think about it. You gave the inception fund. I consider that the award was an inception fund, by virtue of which they developed the technology. When the technology was developed, the market people recognized their value. They came and collaborated, and now the government is seeing the benefit of it. So even a small thing can grow into a bigger, impact. And I think that's what you need to do. And maybe government should really, really kind of come up with this kind of policies where future can be done. And I think this is being implemented in many countries. So examples are already there. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Bipin. So please.
Yeah, to answer from Pak Sumedi about the emission fact, I think it's a good for us is how we can communicate transparently, like Pak Sumedi emphasized. the readiness for the company, I think now we have developed together, and just this year for the coated steel especially, the standard industry hijau or the green industry certification is just released, Pak Sumedi. So, and this calculation is based on the GHG protocol, Paris 2015. Yeah, and yeah, I think it's just how we can change the mindset. It's not about like having all the things to be ready, but we have to be ready before, like Pak Zaki mentioned, we have to be one step ahead. So I mean, it's a kind of mindset change, and being green not cost you, but it will reduce the cost. Like for example, that we have put in our Cikarang plant, in our coating line factory, it's 1/3 of the energy use is from the solar panel, and it has helped us to reduce a lot in terms of the electricity cost that we use in our plant. So it's about mind change rather than getting everything ready, then we jump in.
I'll just make one comment if you don't mind. Yeah, sure. You know, actually one place that you guys can look at, because you are actually working towards reduction of carbon. So the carbon credit is already there. It is a way of funding using the funds received from carbon credit. And that's where even government can be helpful, is basically helping guide how to capture the carbon savings that we do in this kind of projects, and then claim it from a lot of international countries which you have collaborations with, and see which can we do that. I don't know if maybe climate change people can help in climate work. I'm now sleepy. It's basically, you know, carbon credits are big factors in, it could fund the projects, you know, kind of stuff, if managed properly.
It will be our next step.
Yeah.
Oh, he's helping us negotiating. Thank you, Bipin. Okay, so if that's not all, perhaps I will open still one questions if there is any from the floor. Okay, so as the time approaches for other agenda, so we might close the session, and thank you very much for paying attention, your kind attention in these sleepy hours. So, okay, thank you very much for all the great speaker. Terima kasih. So I'll give it back to the master of ceremony.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that was Keynote Season 3. What an insightful discussion about industry and climate finance. Once again, let's give a round of applause for the amazing panelists.
To show our appreciation, we'd like to present each speaker with a special plaque. Ibu yang terhormat Dr. Ana MPD, the Vice Dean for Student Affairs, a Faculty of Technology and Vocational Education of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, will be the one who gives the plaques to the speakers.
We invite Ibu Dr. Ana to come to the stage and hand the plaque for the speakers.
first one will be given to Bapak Stefanus Kuswandi. Let's take a picture for a moment. All right. The next one will be for Mr. Bipin Shah. The next one will be for Ibu Beta Paramita. The next is for Bapak Muhammad Zeki. And then last but not least is for Ibu Maharani Putri. Okay, now we would like to take a photo of all of the speakers together.
Take a photo together first. Thank you so much for all the speakers and moderator for Keynote Season 3.
Okay, let's once again give a round of applause to the amazing speakers of Keynote Session 3.
Thank you so much.
Now, before we proceed, we would like to inform to all those ladies and gentlemen who asked questions during the Keynote Session 1 to 3. After the symposium is over, please do not leave immediately because the committee have prepared a special gift for those who ask questions.
Untuk Bapak, Ibu, dan teman-teman yang tadi sudah bertanya, di akhir acara jangan dulu beranjak karena akan diberikan spesial gift dari teman-teman panitia. Terima kasih. Dear distinguished guests, invite speakers, and all the participants, we are now entering the last agenda of the day, which is the presentation and exhibitions. On these occasions, we will present 30 best papers with the video presentation method. To everyone here in this room, during this presentation season, the committee will deliver snack to your table and please kindly enjoy. Now, allow us to explain the system of presentation.
All of the presenters have been asked to record a 2-minute presentation video. And to ensure a smooth viewing experience, our operator will play each video presentation one by one. Now, get ready to be inspired by a diverse range of innovative ideas. The pitch presentation will begin now. Let us now watch the first presentation video.
This research is conducted on Tanjung Kramat village in Gorontalo City. The settlement is located in a remote area. Most houses in Gorontalo City using metal green column to cover the roof. One of the approaches to fight the thermal discomfort is by application of passive cooling strategies. We go to try and experience the cool roof coating. In this research, the thermal performance of the paint will be tested under the environment of coastal tropical area of Tanjung Kramat village in Indonesia. Cool roof coating was painted on several houses in Tanjung Kramat village. Before and after painting condition is observed through measurements of roof surface temperatures, solar radiation temperature, and near ground air temperature. The measurement is conducted in 4 days. Data is collected from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's the result of the measurement on house number 1. After the application of cold roof coating, there is a significant change. For the application of cold roof coating, 25 to 56 degrees Celsius. After the application, temperature is ranging from 27 to 36 degrees Celsius. Maximum temperature of the roof surface is lower by about 20 degrees Celsius. The environment is cooler than before the painting. Of measurement on house number 2, after the application of cold roof coating, the temperature changed significantly. Overall, the roof temperature changed to a better direction. The application of cold roof coating can greatly reduce roof heat gain. Even though the trend result of ground air temperature in house 2 is a bit different among the measured houses, the cool roof coating still poses a beneficial result to the environment. Overall, it can be concluded that the cool roof coating has succeeded in improving the environment of Tanjung Kramat village.
Investigation on thermal performance in Japan's local station and shopping district during the cold season. Study case, Kurosaki Arcade. The Kurosaki Arcade, known as the complex of Kurosaki's decade-old market and center of public transportation node, consists of areas of alleyways that veins throughout the market. But this area is considered as an outdoor and semi-outdoor area with it is to understand how are the conditions of the users of this specifically thermally unconditioned area. From previous studies, it is known that buildings have given thermal comfort and thought as the design responsibility. Data acquirement in this research is done in 2 periods for comparison in thermal condition. The second day, the data of the data according placement is much more wider, and the data analysis used in this research is the PMV Berkeley application with ASHRAE 55. And from the data recorded, it is found that areas with lesser building density has more dynamic thermal condition, and the ones within the market alleyways is more stable. And from the data analysis, the PMV method is used to calculate the level of discomfort experienced by the users. There is 3 user activity based on the observation done that day: sitting in an idle position, walking at 3 meters per hour, and walking at 4 meters per hour. And from this research, it is found that the activity mostly made by the frequent users of this area is the mostly thermally uncomfortable condition. It can be concluded that thermal comfort depends on the level of the user's adaptability and exposure to the area that they use. And on this context, the people of Kurosaki can still do their activities while withstanding a thermal level 7 degrees cooler than the standard thermal comfort limitation.
Passive design strategy of vertical housing for optimizing energy efficiency. Urban growth and urban sprawl is becoming a serious problem for cities. In tropical countries like Indonesia, maintaining the optimal thermal comfort is one of the most important aspects in building. Energy saving is essential, but it must not sacrifice the comfort of the occupants. Passive design can be the cost-effective solution for both increase energy efficiency and reducing the electricity cost. For this research, I'll be using the principle from C-Review. The analyzing or designing low energy building consists of site layout and orientation, the building shape, the building envelope and insulation, the facades, the glazing, the daylighting and shading, and lastly, the natural ventilation. To explore effective passive design strategy from traditional strategy and modern strategy by using precedent study. Many passive design strategies are found in traditional architecture in Indonesia. Shape expression against the climate consists of handling, protecting, obstructing, continuing, deflecting, and strengthening. In the early 90s, the idea of tropical architecture became more advanced with lots of variation and new idea for the use of shading device varied from roof, panel, and egret. Is the roof house in Kuala Lumpur, designed by Kenyang. Roofs are angled according to sun angle. The monsoon window used in Woha's One Moulmein Rise in Singapore. And lastly, the green facade serves to provide shading, which can lower the surface temperature of the wall. We conclude that traditional strategies are still relevant and become an inspiration for some modern passive design strategies. Passive design can be implemented effectively in a vertical housing. Passive design can be varied by its local climate condition and by the local site. And lastly, a good passive design strategy can help the building energy efficiency.
BIM-based simulation on sustainable housing design using Autodesk Revit. Housing development is very rapidly. This is influenced by the quite high population growth in Indonesia. Housing is the one of the main contributor to energy use in the world. Sustainable housing design was needed. The concept of sustainable housing can be grouped into 5 main strategies. This concept will be influence the sustainability design of the housing. Sustainable housing will be optimized by the application of the BIM or building information modeling. The methodology we use in this research is a combined strategy or mixed method. In the field of architecture, generally use the case study. We combine with the simulation using the BIM-based software, namely Autodesk Revit. The first is the literature review of building modeling using BIM. Analyze the building performance, elaborate the result of the simulation and the sustainable housing criteria. Case study is the housing of the lecturer. You can see in this picture, this is the concept of the solar chimney. This is void simulation. We simulate the solar analysis. First is the utilizing this square wall roof can enhance the efficiency of rainwater collecting, and also this shape can be applied by the photovoltaic. We got the average of the Dela factor is 6.6%. This is past the minimum requirement for the Dela factor on the housing. That's only 5%. Roof can catch until the 20,000 liters rainwater per year. But conclusion is the roof design, it is saving the 49 million rupiah. Also can be harvest 20,000 liters of rainwater per year, and also the utilizing of several criteria can be applied in the another design of the housing.
Adapting modernization in traditional architecture and investigation of sustainability principles of Tanah Lanjing, Madura. All begin with the idea of the phenomenon of modernization in this era, and all know that it has overshadowed the building techniques, making it challenging to develop them again to the present situation. Madura has a traditional architecture, and in Lanjing, in this research we call it TL, which is traditional houses characterized by a housing concept featuring a long yard. In the middle, this community has adapted to modernization across various aspects such as building function, employment types, and their own lifestyles. This research actually conducted to investigate this unplanned development and changes, so that the findings can be used as material and reference for we learn about what is Tanah Lanjing from literature distribution, which is next the method we do this research through field measurement actually, and we do some deep interview to more than selected 30 houses in the village. So, on the other hand, we also do the environmental measurement. We measure the temperature and humidity. The results we find that we classified into 3 types of categorization of the environment measurement. We have conducted scientific measurement using device that recorded the temperature and humidity data. We put some the blue line here is the lowest part of the temperature condition. We also identify, compare the condition with the newer house. We found that mostly of the people are working outside of the house. That TL is a manifestation of agriculture and philosophy embodied in building regulation and maintaining sustainability, both environmentally and culturally. They feel that the terrace space is the most thermally comfortable, supports social interaction among each other. One, the layout of TL maybe allows air to flow through the spaces that creates the wind flow. This design helps create comfortable microclimate.
Suitability study of disposable mass was as an
acoustic absorber material. Mass is a sponge fabric, a type of non-woven or non-knife fabric made from the polypropylene. So therefore, our experiment with the mass as an acoustic material to finding out whether mass can be used as an acoustic material. Use one of the reference from Indonesia. It's called use of mass with an absorber sound. It says that the thickness of the mass can be said to influence the effectiveness of the material. This test aims to measure the sound absorption coefficient at the thickness, which is namely 0.512 centimeter. And the method we use for our experiment, which is tube method, which is measure the sound absorption coefficient as well as determine the characteristic of the acoustic properties of material. So the test tube in the middle, and then you can see the sample for the color is blue, and then the microphone is the red one, and then if you can see the sound source in the left side. So you can see the graphic in the right side, and then it's include only the important of the results. So in the table 1 is absorption coefficient testing system for the black mass and the pitch mass with frequency result of 400 Hz, which is 0.70 from the pitch mass and 0.48 for the black mass. However, at 600 Hz frequency has a very drastic decrease and is not suitable because the absorption coefficient value is still low, and that's why it's only suitable for the frequency of 400 Hz. That is the quality of the pitch mass is better than the black one, and it's more stable, which is above 0.3 or 0.30, even though it's decreased on 600 Hz, namely 0.28, which is under 0.30.
Investigate sustainability aspect in spatial configuration of Javanese vernacular architecture, case study of Joglo House. The architectural landscape of Java, Indonesia is marked by a rich tapestry of vernacular designs, among which the Joglo House of Ciwanapati stands as beacon of cultural heritage and traditional wisdom. The Joglo House, with its distinctive roof design and special layout, is not merely a dwelling but a repository of cultural value and traditional practices. The study aims to bridge this gap by employing a methodological approach to understand the spatial configuration of Joglo House in Ciwanapati. The focus of this paper is to investigate the spatial configuration within 16 distinct Joglo houses. Then, the 5 representative houses were picked to be analyzed mathematically. We can see in table 1. The study adopts the syntax methodology recognized for its proficiency in investigating spatial arrangement and social dynamics in cultural contexts. The process of creating GPG begins with transforming a layout into a clear visual space map highlighting distinct areas and their connection within the designs. You can see in table 2 and table 3 the JPG calculation of house A and house B, the RA or relative asymmetry value highlights spatial segregation within the spaces, revealing a significant disparity between public and private spaces. In table 4 and table 5, we can see the JPG calculation of house C and house D. In table 6, we can see the JPG calculation of house E. House E has the highest mean depth or MD, which indicates that the house has many isolated spaces. The space syntax analysis, considering sustainability, shows that the higher node strength value in house like house E suggest more private and isolated spaces aligning with sustainable design principles. Corridors in all houses with high integration values emerge as a potential sustainable communal spaces due to their strategic placement.
Investigating outdoor thermal comfort in hot humid public space, a case study of Alun-Alun Bandung. In this research, we're investigating on thermal comfort level experienced by visitors, specifically in Alun-Alun Kota Bandung. We are using 2 steps such as observation and simulation tools, analysis, and in the end we get the result. Alun-Alun Kota Bandung has distinct characteristics. In this research, we divided the location into 4 typologies. We discovered some identical on the PMV or predict mean vote results, especially in typology 1 and 3. Here we can have a look at the NVMET simulation results for the 3 typologies. That temperature as one of the factors that influence outdoor thermal comfort in different typologies. Visitors who wear light color clothes feel slightly cool in typology 2. It shows that the temperature there is lower at 29 Celsius. Microclimate condition in alun-alun Kota Bandung are varies across the typologies based on sample locations decided. Types of land cover classification also play part on defines the conditions. Categorized as generally warm based on direct observation and environment analysis. There were specific areas showcased that identified as slightly cool and neutral, where vegetation is present or in areas shaded by trees.
Benefits derived from a VASP, a grasshopper plugin to design for disassembly principles in the built environment. The research question in this paper is how can the VASP, a grasshopper plugin, aid the practice of DFT in the built environment? Using the four main principles of circular design, mainly the DFT, the authors try to find the potential aspects of the grasshopper plugin to find the optimized solution for the aggregation of elements in the building. The aggregation process in VASP is conducted with part geometry, simulating the assembly process by the contact surfaces. This figure illustrates these 5 types introduced in this paper. The structure analyzed in this paper is mainly the roof structure. The essential elements in VASP can be known as shape grammars. According to the literature research done for DFT, VASP and railing-inspired timber structures in Science Direct and CUMINCAT, the design of these basic elements occur regarding their joining and detaching behavior. This diagram formulates the main elements of this system, and the discrete elements are evaluated in 3 clusters in a system. Each element is specified in its pattern and structure, and they are all in assembly sequences. The orientation toward the building elements is by the direction of the curves set to the points on the top, bottom, and side of the elements. All the 3 criteria mentioned in DFT literature are mainly defined by 3 basic commands: geometry, points, and curves. We always start with the highest value, proceed by the testing different possibilities of growth, and always choose the growth position that brings us to the next highest value.
Formulating empirical indicators in sustainable architectural aesthetic research based on the aesthetic concept of John Lang and Walter Moresky. Aesthetic aspects in architecture are still difficult to research. Research on sustainable architectural aesthetic until now, as Simon said, that is still in its early stages. We put 6 publications in the last decade. The object of this study is the aesthetic concept in the chapter 14 of the book by John Lang and Walter Moresky with the title Functionalism Revisited. First steps, we use content analysis method, and the second, we use a level of abstraction, this research. First, the meta paradigm, and then the philosophies, and then the conceptual models, and then the theories, and the last is empirical indicators. What about the application in sustainable architecture? First, Lang and Moresky's empirical indicators can be directly applied. If sustainability is the focus, we can use Lang's symbolic aesthetic to develop the variables and empirical indicators. The variables are building configuration, spatial configuration, materials, lighting, color, and non-visual environment. First, the aesthetic concept developed by Lang and Moresky is very useful. Some of the proposed variables maybe still require more detail. When we identify empirical indicators, it depends on the research focus, whether the aesthetics or the sustainability. That's all my presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Potential and challenges in adapting green behavior towards energy efficient educational building with case study of the ICEL building of Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. Building energy consumption consists of 80% of human factors. Human factors influencing a building's energy consumption relates to humans' habits, discipline, and awareness, especially regarding energy efficiency. This study examines user behavior regarding electrical energy consumption in green buildings using a case study of the ISAL building, which has received green building certification from EDGE with an energy efficiency of 70%, assessed based on the technical aspects of this building. So previous study, as summarized in these tables, have looked into the potential energy savings that occur in green buildings through green behavior. Aside from building users, we also have building managers or facility managers that are responsible in carrying out building operations and building maintenance, which also affects energy consumption of the building. Studies suggest that a person's behavior are affected by behavioral beliefs, normative beliefs, and control beliefs. So the data collection for this study is divided into literature review, case study, and questionnaire. So results from the building users shows that users are highly willing to improve their behavior to promote energy savings in green building. As for the building managers, we can see that the improvements in behavior are not as high as the users, which is indicated by the total average, which only rises from 4.028 to 4.160. And additionally, score reduction was also found in questions regarding monitoring and controls of lighting and electrical equipment. So from these results, it can be concluded that green behavior in energy consumption by building users has the potential to provide a more significant reduction in energy consumption compared to the managers. However, the role of managers is also important in reducing electrical energy consumption because they play a role in maintaining equipments, sometimes which are inaccessible by the users. For further studies, we suggest other dimensions to be added regarding the amount of energy savings, such as simulations can be conducted to calculate a more accurate potential energy saving by implementing green behavior in green buildings.
Study of roof and ceiling surface temperature in coastal area, case study Pasar Bengkulu village. The roof as the main component of the building envelope is exposed to nearly 50 to 60% of solar radiation. A cool roof contributes to increasing solar reflection, so it can help reduce the outside air temperature. Coastal area have problem, namely high solar heat radiation and dynamic airspeed. The Pasar Bengkulu village settlement is on the coast of Bengkulu city. Most houses use tin, metal, and asbestos for a roof. The research location is a residential area in RT3 Pasar Bengkulu village. The total roof cover with solar reflective roof fan are 17. The research sample data consists of 3 of the 17 houses will be coated with solar reflective paint. The surface temperature measurement in this study from 6 morning to 6 afternoon, 25 to 27 September, to that the roof surface temperature before and after being coated with solar reflective paint. Decrease the roof surface temperature on the 3 houses as research object. Overall, for the 3 research objects, there was an average decrease in roof surface temperature of 4.86 degree. The use of white solar reflective paint has an impact on reducing the surface temperature. Building roof that use polymetal material have the most significant reduction in the roof surface temperature.
Concept of archetype in built environment literature review. Perception is the process of human perceiving information, while typology is a method of classifying something based on its characteristic or feature. Archetype will always reduce either to the limited set of ideas. Archetype can hardly grasp with rational method. This paper is literature research that uses the specific method of reviewing data in the form of paper conducted by other researchers. Paul juga applied the architectural typology methodology commonly used in the 50s to express thought of 5 types of spatial organization of square. Rossi, in his book, The Architecture of the City, presents a theory of architecture and urban design based on history and tradition. This invention proposing a universal architectural language based on the experience qualities of roof, walls, and floor. Given outdoors, walls, different interpretation of architectural archetype, which partly stem from the uncertainty of the term archetype itself. Thomas This Evanson archetype in architecture provide a structural approach to understanding the element of architecture and their role in shaping a built environment. That of archetype can be used to analyze the value of building more sensitively, accurately, and precisely.
Respect for user and respect for site, the Karo architecture as inspiration of green and sustainable architecture. One of the principles of sustainable architecture that most widely used is the green architecture designed for a sustainable future by Brenda and Robert Vail. Meanwhile, Nguyen showed that several studies has explained the inner environmental condition of traditional architecture. The environmental sustainability of traditional architecture raised through its evolution of construction techniques. This paper observed the Karo architecture in Lingga village, North Sumatra province, in Indonesia. The method used on phenomenological qualitative research. Jabu Karo as concretization respect for site principles. The phrase to touch this earth lightly would be the idea that a building could be removed from its site. But the lightness of thoughts is not just a matter of moving their homes. It also concerns the materials with which they build and the possessions they carry with them. The house called Siwaluh Jabu means a house for 8 households. The separation of the interior of the house into 8 parts is the reflection of adat. More precisely, Rakut Sitalu adat rules. Regarding building orientation, the Jabu Karo are Hiding Julu and Jahe. The layout of the village responds to the contour and slope of the land. All material used in the village are local gained from the forest surrounding. Aspect of green architecture principles applied in the Karo architecture in Lingga. It's hoped that the finding of this paper can explain the application of green architecture principle by the Karo community, which can provide inspiration for the modern buildings and environment to achieve sustainability.
Passive cooling design opportunity, lesson learned from the traditional Banjar houses. Passive cooling has gained significant to climate change and the energy saving. In terms of topic, previous study found that vernacular design is more responsive to their surrounding climates. Banjar vernacular architecture with the focus on 3 houses type, Bubungan Tinggi, Palimbangan, and Lanting House. Research aims to contribute to the development of passive cooling strategy based on the local culture heritage of the Banjar tribe with modern technology using CFD simulation of vernacular buildings. And the methods, the first is the literature research, second, run the simulation in Erwin Durbal CFD. The findings in each house are then being compared. Hubungan tinggi characteristic is partition to more private to area, has a high pitched gable roof, and the Palimbangan and the roof attic area could reach 3 meters in height. Large openings make the cross ventilation move efficiently when open. And Lanting House, there is a 3 to 5 meter space between the houses, the park, the Jukung board, and the result is a Palimbangan House, Babungan Tinggi House, and Lanting House. Then the maximum wind speed is used for the simulation. It shows us a better performance on the passive ventilation. The opening design in all of the types has different effect on the wind movement throughout the buildings.
Making school home therapeutic design for mentally disabled students. For the brief overview of the project design, I will delineate based on the project title as depicted on the slide. Planning and Design, Special School C is aimed for students with mental disability. Mental disability itself is a condition where an individual experiences impaired cognitive functioning due to below average levels of intelligence. The therapeutic architecture is a concept that prioritizes the environment, emphasizing the process of interaction with with the psychological and physiological aspect of users. Therapeutic architectural design, Chisoko identified 4 primary points that most suitable for the design of special needs school. These 4 parameters are care in community. The second point is design for domesticity. The third point is social valorization. The fourth and the last point is integrated with nature. The implementation of concepts onto the project involves elaborating on thematic parameters and their implementation concerning the primary design and special elements. Care in community means the design prioritizes enhancing social interaction among intellectually disabled children. Design for domesticity aims to create a homely environment by incorporating openings resembling houses, providing attention rooms for each class, for emotional support, and to protect other students. Social valorization, on the other hand, had to ensure the user's privacy and security. Integrated with nature was the ability to maximize the collaboration between buildings and its environment. On the slide, we can see the spirograms that provide both functional and aesthetic. Now that we can see the outdoor area encompassing 3 spaces, a field, a garden, and a playground. As we can see here, the classroom utilizes a U-shaped layout to centralize attention and minimize distraction.
Energy efficient campus building envelope design based on several simulation analysis. Case study educational study faculty B building in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. The building sector is an energy user that greatly influences energy consumption with a percentage of around 31% of total global consumption and around 22% to 57% on average regionally, and the numbers are keep increasing. The study used UP's largest building, Faculty of Educational Study or FIP-B building envelope model to determine the energy performance and aim to redesign the envelope to set if the building could be more energy efficient. The method, the first step is primary data collection. The result of the simulation for the existing model can be seen as follows. Based on the simulation result of the existing FIPB building, it was found that the total energy required for the operation of the building is 1,008,013 and 161 kilowatt-hour per year. These are the design aspects change for the new design. This is the result of the simulation for the new design. The various simulation shows that the new building's model express energy efficiency compared to the existing building approach model, in which the energy consumption decreased by around 9.923%. The subtraction of the mass to become a trim with its main void caused a reduction in the floor area of the building. From on average, energy consumption per floor has not seen much significant change, only from 96,144 kilowatt-hour per year per square meters to 94,948 kilowatt-hour per year per square meters, or only 1.26% reduction.
Sustainable disaster mitigation strategies for Tanjung Masuk District GIS and social network approach. Coastal area are inherently vulnerable due to their exposure to natural hazards such as flood and sea level rise. Collaborative governance play a pivotal role in mitigation by fostering inclusive decision-making process. However, the concept of collaborative governance involve multiple stakeholders such as pentaholic and requires a clear delineation of roles. In this research, we use 3 methods. First, descriptive analysis. Second, social network analysis. Third, GIS technique were used to illustrate priority development strategy for mitigation program. The research was conducted in neighborhood 12 and neighborhood 16, chosen due to their high vulnerability to coastal disaster. Stakeholder analysis revealed the involvement of 53 stakeholders in the mitigation program. From the previous analysis, the priority strategy for structural mitigation involved the development of green open space in neighborhood 16 as a water catchment area and temporary evacuation point, as well as the development and dissemination of disaster evacuation routes. Structural and non-structural mitigation are in one unit that support each other. Structural mitigation planning must consider regional spatial factors and community needs, while non-structural mitigation must be known to the entire community. Mitigation program should be responsibility of all parties, not solely relying on the community or government actions.
Identification of urban island potential in the Jantan village area due to Aerotropolis development. By this research was built up based on an Aerotropolis plan whose construction had an impact on the area around Yogyakarta International Airport, such as reducing green open land and increasing use of built-up land. Activities that change the function of green land gives rise to the urbanite island phenomenon in rural areas. The method used include simulation with the existing model and Aerotropolis model using climate station data. After that, a comparison of the results is carried out to determine the difference in surface temperature and air temperature in each simulation. Then, validation of field measurement values is used to support the accuracy, and the comparison results show that there was an increase in air temperature values at several points with less shadow and shading, with an additional value of 0.3 to 1 degree. Material with high albedo values experience an increase in surface temperature, especially at night because it releases stored heat. Comparison of field measurement with simulated values shows slight change in values, especially during the day when the sun is present. There may be significant change in cloud cover due to the position is close to the airport area. The conclusion of this research is that surface temperature and air temperature during the day and night have increased. The result produced with proven accuracy have the potential to create a urbanite island in rural area in Temon Kulon Progo special region of Yogyakarta.
Format is construction management, a systematic geometric review. One of the factors can influence construction productivity is the workforce. Generally, research focus on the construction industry, and productivity tend to concentrate on the upper management level. Intent of our research is to utilize the post-viewer bibliometric method to efficiently collect and analyze global metadata. Our study conduct a comprehensive literature explore. We retrieved a total 37 articles spanning from 1977 to 2023. The study has been extensively conducted across different parts of the world, including Asia and Europe. This picture analysis in our study illustrate the valuable role of Scopus metadata and the post-viewer tools in construction bibliometric method map relate to the productivity of construction format.
Managing digital transformation for Nusantara New Capital City Development Construction. As we all know that currently Indonesia on its way developing the new capital city, Nusantara, and along with the vision in the development, it should be engaged with the digital transformation in all aspects. This study aims to determine a strategic mapping on how to implement digital transformation in the Nusantara project construction activities. First, we identify the Nusantara New Capital City Regulation. Two other identification. The first one is construction business model and stakeholder identification, and then the digital transformation framework review. And after that, it is continue to the objective formulation, and then the digital transformation mapping in construction, and finally the discussion. We identify at least 4 Nusantara vision that it is already stated in the law number 8. After we identify the vision and the constraint, then we do the mapping through the transformation objective. We have 3 steps in order to achieve the transformation objective. Transformation in project construction is an ecosystem-based transformation, and then the study found that it requires 3 aspects that need to be widely improved: the database activities, the efficient data management, and selected integrative approach used for ecosystem. And the last one is regulation-based delivery is also required.
The effect of cool roof paint application on metal roof surface temperature and indoor air temperature in tropical climates. The cool roof have great potential to mitigate urban heat island due to the high percentage of roof cover in urban areas. Types cool roof paint is the most commonly used because it is easier to apply. Our research object is a community center or balai RW in Indonesian. It has metal roof. We measure the condition before the application, after application of the cool roof paint. The field measurement was done during August 2023. We measured the before and after coating the metal roof with cool roof paint. For the roof surface temperature, there are decrease in the maximum temperature of the roof surface after coating with cool roof paint. This table shows the comparison of before coating measurement and after coating measurement, and also the temperature reduction. It shows reduction in metal roof surface temperature and indoor air temperature for both the maximum and the average temperature. For the conclusion from our research, the application of cool roof paint on building with metal roof in Malang, Indonesia was proven to be able to reduce the roof surface temperature and the indoor air temperature. And also recommendation for longer-term research to determine whether the same benefits of cool roof coating extend throughout the year in both rainy and dry season.
Earthquake house reconstruction management based on community participation of Monggang Sri Hardono Pudong village of Bantul City, Yogyakarta. The Bantul had a totally damaged impact or effect disaster of the earthquake. Qualitative technique with collective data and deep interview, and then we comparison the situation before and after the situation of the earthquake. Know how the community can change a habit and knowledge for the construction management method location in Munggang Sri Hardono Pudong Bantul. Design from the funding from the government of Indonesia, and they didn't use a ring and slope beam between 2 columns. Now and currently they use ring and slope beam between the 2 columns. That is make it the rigid situation. Schematic design for new idea, they separated 2 houses and make it a gap between each house. Where is the space can use for safety area? You can see how we separated the method, material, and the time. That is, you can see work structure and working structural. We divided to know how the situation from before and after the situation of disaster earthquake. But surprisingly, the method community-based is not effective and more expensive.
Building sustainable mitigation through adaptive green open space on Tanjung Mas Sub-District. Tanjung Mas Village is located in the northern of coastal area of Semarang City that's predicted to affect by permanent tidal flooding. We all know coastal area is very complex area. Tanjung Mas Sub-District has a productive coastal area and a dense population that makes many green open space have been converted into buildings. This research will analyze the open space condition in Tambak Lorok area Tanjung Mas Village to help with the evacuation process. This research method using statistic descriptive and space syntax approach to analyze and interpret the data. The community also used the open space in this area to carry out evacuation. Figure 1 shows that the community feels open space is very important. However, based on figure 2, the community feels that the existing facilities are not effective too. You can see on the map first. Based on the map, we know that the open space in the Tambak Lorok area has moderate connectivity and integration. One important aspect for developing open space and regional resilience is accessibility. However, there are no road maker or evacuation point yet. Open space in the Tambak Lorok area can be used as a temporary evacuation for tidal flood disaster. According to the community, open space is crucial in the disaster evacuation. The open space in the Tambak Lorok area has a moderate accessibility. Existing open space also need to improve evacuation support facility to help facilitate the evacuation process for the community and increase the resilience of the Tambak Lorok area.
Utilizing Japan's vacant house, exploring motivations, concerns, and technical adjustments for a sustainable future. Nowadays, a number of empty or abandoned houses has been issues in developed countries, which means there are a lot of empty houses in those countries. In 2018, Japan had almost 8.5 million of Akia by 2033. And it is projected to reach around 30%. This study is to discuss user motivation, concern, and technical adjustments for using Akia through selected case studies. We are using systematic literature method, so documents, text, photos, drawings related with Akia. These are the case studies. We collected 8 case studies, 4 from Osaka and 4 from Kumamoto. Most of case studies in Kumamoto is renovation, while in Osaka are repurposing Akia with a new function. And this is an example of how we conducted analysis from photos and drawing. From this, we know that most users are attracted to use Akia because of the affordable price and the strategic location factors. All Akia offers a high value in terms of historical charm and the unique architectural feature. The common technical adjustments before reusing Akia are removing the ceiling, making structural improvements, and adding utilities for the toilet or the kitchen. Utilizing Akia is primarily motivated by financial and location factors. User needed help for making decisions and desired for a comfortable and secure living environment. Therefore, insulation, structural safety, and professional advice raised as concern. And finally, removing the ceiling, structural improvements, and installing utilities for the kitchen or toilet are the common technical adjustments to ensure comfort in utilizing Akia.
Explore the historical narrative and determinant of flood disaster in Sukhothai province, Thailand. Thailand, like many other regions, grapple with annual flood, exacerbated by heavy rainfall from May to October. These floods disrupt daily life, inflict damage upon properties, and pose grave health risks due to water contamination and the spread of diseases. Sukhothai province, steeped in over 700 years of the Yom River, stands as Sukhothai primary water source, indispensable for both agriculture practice and consumption. Our objectives are twofold. Understand housing damage. The second one, learn about flood in Sukhothai. Further exploration of existing literature underscore the urgent need for flood management strategy in Sukhothai. Empowering the local populace through awareness and preparedness. Initiative can bolster resilience to recurrent flooding, contributing to community safety and well-being. In conclusion, the finding underscores the pressing need for comprehensive flood management strategy in Sukhothai, focusing on infrastructure development, community preparedness, and ongoing monitoring and response effort to mitigate the impact of recurring floods.
Urban community perception of the importance of sustainable housing in Greater Tangerang, Indonesia. We have several backgrounds that underline this research, why we need to talk about it. And overall, sustainable housing is very important for our efforts against climate change. And that citizen engagement is also very important to make it successfully. This research used a quantitative approach with a descriptive survey method using a questionnaire and IBM SPSS statistic software as analysis tools. The indicators used a set of sustainable housing requirements in Indonesia. We used the sloping formula method and we got the estimated minimum number of samples required with a 5% margin of error is approximately 400 samples. And for indicators, this is the indicators that we use as reference to measure and evaluating their perception. After we found and collect the data, we got for the knowledge levels is 22% have low knowledge and 39.3% have medium knowledge and 28.8% have high knowledge. For the knowledge value, we got the 3.5 average from 6, and the impact on application question that occupies in the top 3 occurs directly while it occurs indirectly in the bottom 3. The basic knowledge of urban communities in Greater Tangerang about sustainable housing is at a medium level. The pairing two examples of the application of sustainable housing indicators both still show a percentage above 90%. Mindsets and understanding of urban communities regarding the implementation of sustainability, which also important to do.
Renewable energy and the future of green economics in Indonesia. Explain about what is the result about why renewable energy is really good and really needed to support green economic Indonesia.
The theoretical basis of the research is the works of the Netherlands author on the evaluation of sustainable economic improvement in Indonesia. This paper is used qualitative, descriptive with the analysis method applied aims to analyze the concept of sustainable economy in Indonesia. Three important things. The first one is economic and social potential of renewable energy in Indonesia. This one, the show of figure 1 is proportion of Indonesian energy consumption in 2022. The development of renewable energy installation such as a wind and hydro plant has a significant ecological impact. The conclusion is relevance of the Indonesian context in sustainable economic development include natural wealth, environmental challenge, and the role of society, government policy, and economic growth in international support. By referring to this literature, we can understand the complexity and integration of this element in the design sustainable solution for Indonesian future. Renewable energy has a great potential to improve Indonesian economic sustainability. However, its utilization must be done wisely, considering ecological impact and addressing emerging challenges. With the right policy, strong government and private sector collaboration, and effective public education, Indonesia can achieve an energy transformation that brings significant economic and social benefits.
Innovative approach to architectural, education, metaverse technology, and learning resilience. The emergence of COVID-19 caused a unprecedented change to the education system. Architecture school, one center of social activity during the pandemic, are becoming physically inaccessible, leading to a lack of social interaction. On the other hand, metaverse and virtual reality technology offers promising solutions to enhance online learning experience. This research examines the opportunity for integrating metaverse technology in architectural learning, and propose criteria and guidelines for virtual space design in the case of architecture education. The research presents a mixed method approach utilizing VR headset for prototype evaluation with 5 experts or lecture and 20 architecture students. The initial prototype showed the 2 types of classes that they needed in the response to the curriculum studio-based. There are also some areas for improvement as an overall evaluation of the 6 aspects. The proposed virtual architecture campus model should comprise two main zones, the classroom area and exhibition space. The virtual campus should have a lobby. The lobby serves as an inviting entrance, providing open space for approximately 30% of the students. Metaverse and virtual reality integration in architecture education offer more engaging, stimulating, and creative learning. Aspect may ensure a resilient architectural learning approach. The suggested model consists of 2 main zones, classroom area and exhibition space. Some architectural guidelines, such as service rooms and utility area, may no longer be relevant in virtual architecture design.
Implementation of new vernacular in smart city development by increasing community involvement. Study investigates the implementation of new vernacular architecture. The study purpose is to understand how can the implementation of new vernacular architecture can enhance community involvement by fostering a sense of local identity and ownership among residents. The research will contribute to existing literature on cultural sustainability, community-centric, and social inclusion and equity in a smart city. Method used in the study will use qualitative method. The literature data regarding of the object study will be analyzed using the architecture vernacular principle based on Cheng's. The shape of the Grand Mosque itself is a transformation on Rumah Gadang. We can see the application of local construction elements of this mosque from how the West Sumatra Grand Mosque building adapts its architectural pattern to traditional Minangkabau house. For Istana Budaya Malaysia, the basic form of this building is an interpretation of a traditional Malaysian gate from Wow Bulan. This mosque also accepts anyone who want to use the mosque for the various regions. For the Istana Budaya Malaysia, the application of non-physical element in this building is in the composition of the space inside. Based on the implementation analysis originating from this approach, it was found how those results can enhance community involvement. First, by incorporating local construction elements, Smart City project become a reflection of the community cultural identity. Starting traditionally form established a tangible link between historical roots and contemporary existence. The use of strong and contrasting colors can be a way to express diversity and inclusivity. Adapting cultural elements to respond to the local environment and climate demonstrates a commitment to sustainability and environmental responsibility. Philosophical meanings related to the macro or microcosmos often have connection to spirituality and well-being of citizens. Involving the community in discussion about these elements can create space that promote a sense of tranquility and wellness.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, we have now come to the end of the first day of the International Symposium and Workshop on Sustainable Building, Cities and Communities SBCC 2024.
On behalf of the committee members and colleagues, we would like to thank you all for joining us today at the first day of SBCC 2024. Day 1 has been filled with enlightening discussions and valuable connections.
We want to express our gratitude to our speakers, moderators, and attendants for making today a success.
Tomorrow we will arrive on the day 2 of the symposium. The day starts at 8 a.m. and consists of Keynote Session 1, Policymaker. And then we will go for a site visit to Kampung Dipar Padalarang, where we'll have the opportunity to witness firsthand the prototype of Rafflesia House.
But for now, we will wrap up the first day of the symposium, and after this, all participants are welcome to visit the exhibition lounge to see and discuss with several of the 30 best paper finalists of today.
After that, rest up, recharge, and get ready for another exciting day tomorrow. We look forward to seeing you all for day 2 of the symposium.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Besok Egi ke sana menjelaskan desainnya sama dia. Oh yang semuanya yang 25 itu. Ya, ya. Ada barang yang kamu yang ada di mobil aku gak?
Yang ada di mobil Tete.
Sendal hotel aja ya?
Iya, sendal hotel aja.
Ini aku mau pergi dulu sama Lukman.
Oh iya, tapi gak apa-apa sih sendal hotel.
Gak apa-apa.
Bawa dulu aja.
Lupa ini kunci.
Oh iya benar.
Aku bawa coba.
Essential.
Essential perbakan.
Perbakan kalau nggak ada.